9:04 a.m. We're here for a city council special meeting workshop. We have two things on the agenda today. So real quick, we're gonna take a roll call for the city council. Madam Clerk. All right,
Wilmot.
Here.
Abbott.
Here.
Register. Here. Williams. All good.
Here.
Denver.
Here. All right, we have 5 councils here, so we'll go ahead and get started. Real quick, we just need to clarify. Do you need to take any sort of action as far as you have a quorum?
Mayor, we do have a quorum, and so if our chairman can just call our meeting to order, I'll do a silent roll call and we'll be fine.
9:04. Cole Rural Fire District and share the note.
Good. Thank you, and thank you, commissioners, for being here and your team. We appreciate it. Thank you, Caldwell Fire Department, and all those that have been invited to this conversation. We are at a very monumental time in front of us. I believe we're one of the last cities, if not the last city in the area, with our own. Is that true, Chief?
Boise Meridian.
Boise Meridian in the area. So we're kind of trending towards going to a rural fire district. So one, we appreciate our partners that surround us, and especially to the west, looking at a potential change in the way we are providing services. And with that, the first action item today is going to be to consider resolution 172-26, extending the June 26th of 2026 local disaster emergency declaration. Everyone's aware we had a major weather event. The county, myself, declared an emergency declaration. So with that, we're still evaluating a lot of the destruction and damage that happened and mitigating that. So we'd like to extend that. And Fire Chief, can you just speak briefly on your request?
In line with Canyon County's emergency declaration, which they've continued until the city has completed its complete assessment of damages or gets an idea of continuing mitigation efforts, it's my recommendation that we continue the declaration as well. Not to end it before the county ends theirs without good justification. There may be some unknowns still that pop up. We've had a number of partners and infrastructure affected that I'm sure Haley Hart could speak to, but I think canceling it at this point would be well, it's not necessary to cancel it. It's a good idea just to extend it another 7 to 30 days.
And just so council is aware, we have been working with the Canyon County Emergency Operations Manager, and we've been getting numbers. We've worked with our community partners like Caldwell School District, College of Idaho, and others that have suffered significant damage, and they're still assessing that and getting that information to Christine. But with that, thank you, Chief, and I would ask for a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you, Denver.
I make a motion that we approve resolution number 172-20, ending the June 26, 2026 local disaster emergency declaration for 90 days.
Thank you, Councilor Dittmer, for that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Madam Clerk? Aye. All right, the motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to discussion item number 2, the transition of Caldwell Fire Department to the Caldwell Rural Fire District. With that, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Commissioners, Chiefs, guests. As you said, Mayor, this is a monumental discussion that we're going to have today, and that's really what it's meant for. We've got a couple of presentations from some special guests. Chief Greg Dominski is here, who we consider the author of 959, kind of a cure to House Bill 389. One of our technical experts in the room who has navigated the process himself and is currently undergoing consolidation between Middleton and Star Fire districts. Later on, we'll be joined by Chief Kirk Carpenter of the Nampa Fire District. He'll be here around 11. He had a board meeting. The agenda that we have is very loose, and it's meant to foster some good communication and some dialogue. Justin in the back, he may be called upon because he is just full of knowledge and has done a tremendous amount of research on behalf of the city and the fire department to kind of tell us the ins and outs of legal limitations and state statutes and what this discussion is all about today. Our goal as the fire department is to bring forward the idea that we can become a fire district with the notion that we don't have a reduction in services, we don't harm our community, and we don't harm our personnel. That's the idea. How we get there is gonna take a lot of labor. Initially, we started a discussion that we would have a timeline to take us to January of 2028 to build what would become or an annexed fire district with the Caldwell Rural District and the city of Caldwell. Following those discussions, that timeline was somewhat accelerated and the request was made, can we do that this fiscal year? Very tight timeline, given the constraints of what it takes for public notice, workshops, et cetera. And to make sure that we have the right budgeting authority and we line everything up with state as far as tax collection, et cetera. So, as you all know, our current fire service funding model is primarily from property taxes. We do get revenues from other sources, franchise fees, and grants. But we would shift to 100% or nearly 100% property tax-based funding mechanism if we were to form a fire district or be annexed by the Caldwell Rural Fire District. The service demand for our agency is not slowed down. We anticipate 10,000 calls next year, 4 stations. We're on target for 9,200. And as we have all said before, our crews are amongst the busiest in the Treasure Valley. Our staffing needs right now, based on the ESCI study, show that we're 24 personnel under the benchmark where we need to be. That's today. And when Station 4 opens, we'll still be 12 personnel behind, which is equivalent to another station. Speaking of another station, we are already assessing plans for Station 5. And I bring this up because there is a need for continued funding. With our current budget deficit based on revenues collected by the fire department, we are behind. There's some mechanisms out there that can help us catch up, but we rely heavily on the rural district to augment the fire department's budget to the tune of about $3 million per year. $1 million in staffing, which goes, it's basically a pass-through to pay for personnel. $2 million to be their fire department. Without their support, it would be detrimental to our organization. We have a number of long-term capital requests, including facilities, apparatus, a new ladder truck, plus replacement of those things called fire engines that run about $1.2 million to $1.5 million each. And we're limited based on some of the constraints of 389 and growth, not exactly paying for growth. You'll hear some comments today from Chief Dominski about 959 and how some of the effects of 389 are going to be enhanced, cured.
Just a moment, please.
And some guidelines about House Bill 765, about what the city must do if we do choose to transition to a fire district. And I'll be the first up here to say, we may get done with this presentation in 30 minutes, or this workshop in 30 minutes. It may take us all day. there's gonna be a lot of information coming back and forth, and our idea is to facilitate that conversation and to make sure everyone leaves here with a good understanding of what it takes to do this. If at the end of today, we decide that this isn't right for the citizens, or the fire department, or the rural district, we're good with that. But we wanna make sure that we don't rush into this, because if we miss a step, if we rush something, we miss a detail, it could set us up for failure. And we really wanna make sure that that doesn't happen, because our citizens would ultimately suffer from that. Or I turn it over to Chief Tominski. I think it's appropriate to do some introductions. Unless, does anybody? Is that okay? Does everybody know everybody?
Let's just do intros real quick if that's okay.
Yeah.
Mike Dittenberg, Caldwell City Council.
Chris Allgood, Caldwell City Council.
Eric Phillips, Mayor.
Diana Register.
Chuck Stoddard, Caldwell City Council. Scott Tillmont, City Council.
Michelle Castleberry, Interim Finance Director.
Morning, I'm Oscar Klass, I'm the Caldwell City Attorney. Fire Chief, Middleton Star Fire District.
Joe Bongiorno with the Fire Prevention Office.
Lisa Richard, Deputy Fire Marshal.
Corey Gerard, Deputy Chief of Administration, Caldwell Fire.
Brian Daniels, Fire Chief.
That's you, Deputy Chief of Operations, Caldwell Fire.
Fire Chief. Colby Gerbs, local Tidford District President. Six, Vice President.
Marina Herb, Fire Admin.
Mark Wendelsdorf, Caldwell Rural Fire District.
Steve John, Commissioner, Caldwell Rural Fire District.
Recognize.
Sure, Chief Stoll, Canyon County Paramedics is here. Thank you for coming, Chief. Kyle McIntosh, Training Captain, Haley Hart. Chaplain Phil, thank you for being here, sir. And Rich Tyler, Court Construction, thank you for being here. Oh, Justin.
Chief. Rex Ingram had to clear the scene for you guys to come in. Just kidding.
Quick too, we have some additional guests in the crowd, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself.
I'm Glenn Rimby, I'm Nampa City resident.
And Chairman of the 5C Committee.
Yes, I
Yes.
Important.
Thank you for being here. Some quick housekeeping items. If we do continue into the lunch hour, we will be having lunch delivered. Lorena will send out or pass out an order form for those that are interested. With that, Mayor, do you have anything else before we turn it over to Chief Tominski?
No, I just want to thank everyone for being here. This is a very tight time frame. In fact, I believe July 24th is one of our first big windows, and I would say it was even before that. Finance and the things that we had to figure out. So we called this meeting today, and I appreciate everyone showing up, clearing your schedules, because we are on a time crunch. There's additional timeframes after that, which we'll talk about, but you know, if we need additional meetings between now and our finance director's kind of deadlines on what we're gonna do, whether it's gonna make the switch or it's gonna be a future year. I just thank each and every one of you for taking the time, being here today together, and hopefully we can get some stuff figured out. And we'll take a break, I believe, at the top of the hour every hour. Your eyes start to get floating a little bit. Feel free to step out. The bathrooms are just down and around the corner. Most people in here should know where they're at, and I believe that's it for the day. Besides
Mayor.
all the things that we were about to talk about.
We're gonna talk about a lot of things. Chief Tominski?
All right, Mayor, Council, and everybody in the room. Was asked to talk about a few topics. Overview of fire protection districts in Idaho. There's 161 fire districts in Idaho. and there's 61 fire departments in Idaho. In the Treasure Valley, there's just 3 fire departments, which is Caldwell, Meridian, and Boise. Everybody else is a fire district. Nampa was the one that changed from a fire department to. How a fire district works different than a city department is it is governed by a board of either 3 or 5 elected commissioners that solely look at fire protection and within the district. Obviously, you folks know that with city fire department, you have all the other city functions that you have to compete with. And when you're a fire district, you just do that solely to the district. The citizens are the same citizens. The protection district will be larger than what the city fire department is today. You'll take the rural fire district and make a new map that encompasses the city of Caldwell along with what the rural district currently has. And that is the same across the state of Idaho with all fire protection districts. Most of them cover some sort of a city and some cover more than one city. And one of the fire districts that I have is Star, and we have 3 cities and 2 counties, or now 4 cities and 2 counties that we protect. We protect all of the city of Star, a portion of Eagle, a portion of Middleton, and getting ready to have a portion of Nampa, and then we're in Canyon. It encompasses a lot, and a lot of fire districts do that today. And then we'll talk about House Bill 959. 959 is a very, very small fix to what everybody has been talking about for 5 years of House Bill 389 that has limited the amount of funding that every taxing authority in Idaho gets. It was capped at 8%. It went to a preliminary levy rate. It brought annexations in at a different level and several other things. It was 28 pages long. It touched a lot of Idaho code. What we did with House Bill 959, it started out, I think it was House Bill 642 that failed miserably on the floor. That also encompassed cities and counties and fire districts. It really took the cap of 8% off of everybody and got rid of the preliminary levy rate and went back to the way that we used to do it, which was previous year's levy rate. So when that bill went through the first time and failed miserably, the Association of Idaho Cities was very opposed to it because of what they call a couple of items that were in it that they did not agree with, and one of them was foregone and one of them was a citizens initiative for budget decrease. So going through that process, I only spoke for fire and ambulance districts. As part of the Idaho Fire Chiefs, my role there is legislative. And so I had to bring into these leadership meetings that I was having with the House and the Senate, talking about fixing this little tiny piece of House Bill 389. And so I finally was able to bring in somebody from mayor from city to come in and talk about the function of the city and how this would impact them. But we did learn in there those 2 poison pills that scared everybody off. The one with the Citizens Initiative one, that is already in code. They showed us in code that can be done because it says, I believe, that any ordinance that a city makes can be challenged by this process that they have at 50+1 vote. I suggested to leadership when we were writing these bills was that if I have to go to the citizens and ask for a levy increase and pass it at a 66.7%, then to reduce our budget, it should be the same. They agreed with that, so they put that in that bill. The other portion of it was originally they wanted to do away with all foregone amounts. So anybody that had foregone lost it. I said that I believe that wasn't fair. It didn't matter if you're a fire district, an ambulance district, or a city or a county. There was a reason that the council or choice to have foregone amount. And so I believe that they should just leave it in place and then from this day forward, not collect it or not add to it. And my reasoning for that for fire districts and ambulance districts were we needed all of our 3% and all of our new construction just to stay in business. And I don't know what all fire departments and cities and counties and so on and so forth have lost in revenue from House Bill 389, but I can tell you that the Star Fire Protection District, because of its massive amounts of growth, has lost $3.2 million to date from a budget authority since House Bill 389 went into effect. So what it did when it failed miserably on the floor, met with leadership again about trying another run, and we came to the conclusion that we're gonna have to just do it for fire districts and ambulance districts because cities and counties were against it. I understand it, they have their reasonings, but fire and ambulance districts were in a position that if we don't do something, we won't be in business anymore. So what we got done during that process was the preliminary levy rate went away. So now you go back to the old way of using previous year's levy rate. And then we got the cap raised to 15%. There is very few fire districts and ambulance districts that hit the 8% cap originally. Star happens to be one of them, and there is a few others throughout the state that actually went over the 8% cap. And what that does is reduce property taxes for the rest of the folks within the district. For instance, the Star Fire Protection District, most people, if they had lived there since 2020, seen a 50% reduction in property taxes since that 50% makes that $3.2 million of budget authority that we lost. So that is what 389 did. It was 3 months of negotiating with leadership in the House and the Senate to get to this point, and it is a very small piece of what everything that House Bill 389 in 2021 actually touched. The next topic is growth paying for growth. With this model of 389, growth does not pay for growth anymore, which you guys are very well aware of. It doesn't matter if you're a fire district, an ambulance district, or a city, or a county, or any other special district in Idaho. It does not pay for itself anymore. You can't keep up with, well, Drew knows, you can't keep up with anything anymore. And the cost of, once you have, if you do have a police department, you do have a fire department, just trying to keep up with the cost of inflation, and I hate to complain about inflation because it is hitting everybody, but at the end of the day, when you put emergency services and police or fire on the end of inflation, it goes up tremendously. I'm sure Chief Daniels has told you in 2020 when I bought 2 engines that were $600,000, if I order those same 2 engines today, it'll take me up to 4 years to get them, have to pay for them up front, and it's $1.2 million if I change nothing. Scott Air Pack used to cost us around $6,000. Yesterday, I got a quote for Scott Air Packs. They're now $14,099. That is the cost when you put emergency services on the end of inflation. It is out of control. for us, and we cannot keep up. The only choices that we have as a fire protection district, because we're 98% reliant on property tax, is a levy increase. And originally, when House Bill 389 was introduced, I told the author of this that this was going to happen. There is no way that we're going to be able to continue to grow our fire district with this funding mechanism. And his point was that everybody loves the fire department, just ask for a levy increase. We've ran five levy increases over the last 2.5 years. They passed the last one in November as a temporary. First 4 were permanent, and it takes 66 2/3 to be able to pass a permanent levy increase, and we're only able to ever get to 59%. Takes 50 plus 1 to pass a temporary in Idaho, which lasts 2 years, and we were able to causes a lot of other issues for hiring people at different levels in the fire department. So it is a challenge, but it is the only way we have. State statute says what we can charge for other things. It's very limited to what we can charge in the fire prevention division. It's very limited in what we can charge for fees for anything else. So it makes it hard that 2% of the 98% of property tax, the 2% is all we can get over and above the property taxes that we collect. The other pieces of growth paying for growth is the impact fees. We do have impact fees. We did change a law this year that fire districts and ambulance districts do not have to have an intergovernmental agreement with the city and a county to collect them. That was something that I authored to help out with timelines. So every 5 years, no different than you folks have to do for your impact fees, is you have to go through the new capital improvement plan, go through a third-party study to get establish an impact fee. And we have done that, but now with some of our 6 partners in STAR, some of them now are 3 years from implementing the new fee. So by the time they get implemented, we'll be going back to do a new study again. And so we're just missing out on all of that revenue that we would collect in impact fees. Another part of growth paying for growth, I do believe, it is my opinion, that the builders and developers are paying their fair share. In my districts, they are paying for the fire station. They are paying for the new apparatus to go in it. But it's up to all the citizens that live in your department or in my fire district or anybody else's to pay for the ongoing expense of people. And that's the piece that we cannot fund anymore with a levy increase. The 15% annual budget authority, there, like I mentioned before, there's a lot of departments that never, a lot of taxing entities in general that have never hit the 8%. So the 15% cap only helps very few organizations to collect more money. But there was a point in time where STAR was growing at over 20%. So the difference between the 8 and the 20% was the property tax reduction of the 50% property taxes that the folks in that district gotten. I don't know the exact number of the growth of Caldwell, but it looks like it's growing tremendously, but it's probably only in the 2 to 3% range someplace. I'm sure that you would know that better than I would, but that 15% within the entire newly formed, if that's what you choose to do, the fire department or fire district, which would encompass the city of STAR, probably would never hit the 15% mark unless it really grew a lot faster than it is today. Next item is taxpayer protections. The protection is when we authored House Bill 765. That gave the mechanism put in place to consolidation of municipal fire departments with fire districts. So before this bill was passed last legislative session, you were unable to do that. But what it takes to do it, and I'll just be honest, there is a flaw in this bill. And so I got stuck working with leadership on House Bill 959 to fix that small portion of House Bill 389. And I had other people working on House Bill 765, which allows fire departments and fire districts to merge together. And I can tell you that the reason that it was favorable by the House and the Senate was because there was no tax increase at all to the citizens. So I don't know the exact numbers of the budget of either of the city of Caldwell or the Caldwell Rural Fire District, but the intent was that you take the M&O budget from the current fire department, and then you take the budget that the rural fire district have, and you put them together. And then all of everybody that pays taxes in there comes up with a new levy rate. That was the way it was supposed to be written. What was written goes back to the fire district law of annexation. So unfortunately, if you were to follow this process today, you would lose 10% of the $15 million that would theoretically be transferred from the city to the rural fire district, which that would be in the $3 million range, which would not work. So it would take a legislative change, which I have talked to leadership about, but obviously we cannot do anything until the next legislative session to see if we can make it through both parties, or both sides of the building, to make sure that we can get this done. There is no guarantee ever to get it done. It's just a long process to go through when they're back in session. So the taxpayer protection is that. The taxpayer protection is if simple dollars, if they were paying on their tax bill $300 to the city of Caldwell, and $100 of that was for the fire department, and now they would pay $200 to the city of Caldwell, and then they would pay extra $100 to the rural fire district. So not a tax increase of any kind. Protection that was in it, and then obviously the so-called poison pill that was put in, as some people would call it, in 959, that the citizens can do an initiative to reduce the budget of a fire district. That was never something that can be done before. It can only be done in cities for an ordinance. I think cities are the only ones that pass their budget with an ordinance. Everybody else does it by resolution. And so there was a 1993 Supreme Court case in Idaho that said that you cannot reduce a budget that was passed by resolution for a county. And so they believe that would move on to other districts. But at the end of the day, talking about precautions or protections for the taxpayer, I can speak for my budget. Anybody can come into my office, talk to my finance people anytime they want, and if they can show where we have wasted funds, then I'd like to see it, because we are just barely scraping by, is how we're looking at it today. So I think that the taxpayer is completely protected in this process.
Chief, since you mentioned the 959 issue and the cities passing their budgets by ordinance, I think that was misrepresented to you by leadership. And so right now, cities are not required to have that process of having their budgets potentially cut. through the initiative process. That is something that the courts have struck down. And you mentioned the Bonner County case, and the Idaho Supreme Court said that in fact citizens don't have the power to cut city and county budgets through the initiative process. And so I think that may have been misrepresented to you by leadership when they said that, if that was what they said. And so that was why the cities and counties strongly opposed that legislation, because it's now putting that into policy for the first time. And any further amendments to 389 in the future would then have to have those aspects in them, including the budget reduction provisions. So I just wanted to clarify that, and
Thank you.
hope you now understand that maybe a little bit more fully from our perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin's our legislative guru, so.
I believe him over, leave it at that. Funding options beyond, House Bill 959, including levy increases and bonding authority, I already talked about. Take 66 2/3 to pass anything that's permanent. Anything that is temporary is 50+1, except for cities. And I believe that cities, if be able to speak more on it. And if you watched, Meridian did a public safety levy increase, I believe, 2 years ago, or 2 years ago. And they only had to pass that with a 60%. And I believe it has something to do with how much they ask for. If it doesn't go over a certain percentage threshold, you can potentially pass that with a 60%.
That is correct. That was one of the provisions that was implemented in the original 3% cap law when it was passed in the 1990s, was that cities that had very low levy rates that they then defined as 0.0004 would have the ability to have a permanent override election at the 60% voter approval threshold rather than the 2/3, which everybody else would have to comply with. But because of the huge increase in property values, now that 0.004 threshold is much more universal among cities. And so that's broadly available to many more cities than it was in the past.
But it is only cities, correct?
That is correct. It is only cities.
So with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to try to answer them.
Council,
Chief, so outside of our Caldwell City's budget process that we're trying to get through, is there any impetus to get this thing done quickly, or are we gonna have the same rules next year and the year beyond? I'm just wondering, as the mayor spoke of, we're kind of in an accelerated process, but the accelerated process, to my understanding, is for our budget. Is there any other reason why we would need to accelerate this process?
I think, again, this is my personal opinion, is that this process shouldn't be rushed. Regardless, when, even if you're not having a budget crunch, transitioning a fire department to a fire district, or even transitioning in a consolidation of a fire department and a fire district, or a fire district and a fire district, or as far as that goes, a department and a department, takes time. It is not something that I did it with Middleton and Star over the last 8 years. And yeah, I went a lot longer than I needed to go for political reasons. They're two different communities with two different political views in some certain aspects. And so rushing that process, I didn't believe would have been the right thing to do when in the middle of trying to pass a levy increase. So I waited until those levy increases had both passed in both districts, and now we're gonna start talking about actually consolidating the districts together. It is a lot of steps to it. Chief Carpenter he gets here, will be able to talk about the process that he's working on right now with the district and a district merging together. Then there's a lot of nuances, so the piece that they have put together is like an 8 or 9 step process, and they're in step 2 or 3 of their process right now, which the beginning is the easiest piece. The beginning of transferring or putting 2 organizations together, the conversations, the public input, the this, the that, those pieces are easy. When you're actually doing the work of merging them together after everybody decides it's the right thing to do and it's voted upon and it's moving forward, that's when the little tiny pieces come in, and those little tiny pieces are the parts that are the toughest. Probably took us 2 years to get all those little things worked out to where so Middleton and Star, I'll back up a little bit. Middleton and Star operate as one fire department through a joint powers agreement. We have 2 separate boards and 2 separate budgets. So they independently make decisions, and then I report to all of them. We have taken from our battalion chief level all the way up to my position is shared cost. So what that does in both of those small districts is it saves the citizens about $600,000 a year in overhead costs by sharing all of those positions. So getting all of that lined up to where you have all the same processes and same policies and procedures, contracts, so on and so forth, all lined up, that's the piece that takes the longest. These great conversations like we're having today is the easy part. The rest of it takes longer. So I guess to answer your question, I understand that it's a budget issue. And I understand that you're having a budget issue just like the rest of the state of Idaho is. But rushing this process, again, in my opinion, is not a smart thing to do, because something will fall apart. And at the end of the day, the citizens suffer from that.
Keith, how long did it take NAP to put it through? It seemed like it was a shorter time period. Am I correct in that or not?
Well,
I went to several of those meetings over at NAP.
you mean when they became a district?
Yeah.
So again, Kirk, when he gets here, will be able to speak more on it. But they had started that process before House Bill 389 was a thing, and before it came in front of the legislature and passed. So they worked on that for a couple of years and then got the annexation piece done. Then House Bill 389 shows up. So Kirk can tell you more about the details of this, but he spent literally hours upon hours during the legislative session begging to be exempt from the first year of House Bill 389 due to the fact that if it went through and they were not exempt, Nampa would have 1 staffed fire station today. They lost everything that was in that annexation. They would have been down to having a station. So they were exempted from that for the first year. That process took them somewhere around 2 years. He'll confirm all those numbers through the process of becoming a fire district. I think that a fire district is the way to go. Absolutely think it's the way to go. Do I think that Caldwell Fire Department should become a fire district? I absolutely think that it should. Point is, it's got to be done to where you can have the proper funding to do it, and it's got to be successful. Because again, the only people that suffer from it, besides the employees of the fire department, are the citizens. Because if you got already, Chief said you're already 24 people behind, if you have to lay people off because there's not proper funding mechanism, that only hurts the citizen.
Mr. Mayor. Chief, thank you for providing your expertise to this matter. It's very insightful. Talked about the little logistic pieces that need to come together to make this successful. Do you anticipate or do you think that the logistics that the Caldwell Fire Department and the Caldwell Rural Fire District would go through are any different than the logistics that, let's say, the Napa Rural, the Napa Fire District went through? Are they similar, or can you conceive what might be more complicated or less complicated for the city of Caldwell?
I think it'll be similar to what Nampa went through, because I don't, other than a couple of staff folks, the rural district doesn't have any, it doesn't have its own union contract. So that's kind of the same thing that Nampa went through. With my situation is I had 2 labor agreements that we had to merge together. That was a big piece of making ours into one, was putting that stuff together. And so I think that this process would be very similar to what Nampa went through. But what we have to change in House Bill 765 is the annexation. The word annexation, it's not that simple, but annexation needs to be changed to consolidation.
Chief, you stated there was a poison pill in one of the bills about, currently still, about moving money. Would it be beneficial for us to maybe wait and see if, wait and see is always a bad thing sometimes. I do know that the State House, there's no guarantee on that. But in your opinion, working with them, do you think it would be in our best interest to maybe wait a year and see if we can get rid of that so that the monies are more equal going across?
I think that the smartest thing to do would be to wait to see if we can get House Bill 765, that law that is in effect today was one, get that fixed so it's a consolidation and not an annexation. Because when you use the word annexation, it goes back to that 90% and you lose the approximately $3 million that you would lose. Fixing that. The poison pill part that the cities and counties, that this gentleman alluded to, that they did not like, I highly doubt you'll ever get that removed. Legislature would love, and not all, I'm not speaking for this one, but at the end of the day, most of the legislature, the leadership does not want anything to do with foregone amounts. They want to get rid of it. That was one of the poison pills. The other piece was a citizens initiative to reduce a budget. Obviously, what they told me was wrong. I totally believe staff here on that document. But at the end of the day, it wasn't something that, and I didn't make this decision on my own. I worked with Chief Carpenter, he's the president of the Idaho Fire Chiefs Association. We talked about this extensively if we were going to support that piece of it, and chose to because we put parameters in there that made it to where if we really were, if they can go through this process and pass it at 66 2/3, then we probably are doing something that we shouldn't. Needs to be.
Information.
Thank you, Chief Tominski. I think it's worth noting, Chief Tominski was a Caldwell firefighter for about 20 years. And he's invested in our city. He wants the best for the fire service overall. But really quick, for the good of the order, Chief, some of the funding mechanisms that we're looking at, or some of the ideas for sustainability, involve annexation by the rural district, forming a brand new district, or pursuing levies, be it temporary or permanent. Can you explain how a permanent levy would work and the pursuit of a fire district afterwards?
I mean, a permanent levy increase would, I mean, you could do that even the way that House Bill 765 is written today, if there was a guarantee that you could get a permanent levy increase. I mentioned that we tried this in Middleton and Star, permanent levy increase 4 times and couldn't get over 59%. It is the feeling of a lot of citizens, a lot of voters, that builders and developers just need to pay for everything. I talked to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people, and it didn't matter if they lived there for 3 days or if they lived there for 3 years. They want the gates closed. They don't want anybody else to come in, which is frustrating conversation to have with people that have only lived here for a very short time. Most of the folks that live in our communities that have been here in the last 5 years are part of the problem. That's okay. I mean, nothing, people moving here at all, but they have to participate in the public safety aspect of it. They have to participate in paying property taxes, because that is the only way that we are funded. A temporary levy increase, it only lasts for 2 years, and you have to go back to the voters to get it extended. It's a hard sell to do a permanent levy. I've watched Meridian do theirs at the 60%, and it was able to pass, not by a lot, but it did pass. And specific for public safety, police and fire. So I think that that's a good thing, but if a fire district can't do the 60%, it has to do the 66 2/3 or temporary. There is no other funding mechanisms out there. I mean, as a fire district, like I mentioned, we don't have a problem building fire stations and putting a new apparatus in that fire station. Well, problem with is the personnel, is getting to be able, I have a fire station that's been sitting now for a year and 2 months empty because we can't staff it. So now that we've passed the temporary, we're trying to go through that process to hire people. And the builders did pay for that. I'm fortunate in one of my districts, Star does not believe in urban renewal. So I don't lose funding from urban renewal. My Middleton fire district does suffer from urban renewal. Fire district is one of the biggest, that's one of the biggest incremental values that go into an urban renewal district. And we've asked to opt out of, we got that law changed a couple years ago to where we can opt out. Obviously, we never want to put a city at any sort of a financial risk. So if they need that money because they're already indebted, then continue it. But we don't have to be in any of them moving forward. I really don't know any other funding mechanisms that are out there.
You capture any shared revenue or sales tax?
So the amount of sales tax that my 2 districts get are pretty minimal. It is one of those numbers that we use in our budget as one-time purchase items, because in the 13 years that I've been there, we've gotten as low as $20,000. And we've got as much as $180,000. But that's one of those items that typically gets altered or fixed, or in legislative mind, can they move money around out of that? And so sometimes we get less because they have chosen to take some of that revenue sharing and give it to schools. Not that schools don't need it, but when they take portions of that money, it comes out of you folks get, it comes out of the amount that we get. So we do not use sales tax revenue that we get for personnel costs. We use it for one-time expenses.
Chief or Justin, either one. Do you know if the city of Caldwell were to, in the near future, run a bond for an emergency levy under city's rules, and then we transition to a district, does that levy money travel with the fire department to the district, or would they have to do that again? Because their rules are different.
That's a great question. And maybe you can answer that better, Mike.
There are provisions in the law for transferring already purchased capital facilities from cities to districts and vice versa, so that is a possibility. But if the election was happening while the transfer was in process, it would probably create a lot of confusion. So it would probably be best to wait until the decision had been made and then move forward.
But what if the election were held before the district was formed?
I think if the voters approved it and it went through, then there are provisions in the law allowing it to be transferred to the district, and they are able to contract with the city and come up with the amount of money that they would need to pay for that. So it would be a possibility that it could be transferred, and the city and the district would have to agree on the terms, so.
Thank you.
Chief?
If I may, Mayor.
It's also important to point out, if I might, before I forget it, you know, it's easy for us to criticize 959 because the legislative process is hard, but it's important to realize that, you know, that is the very best that the Idaho legislature could give local governments at this point. And so it's easy to criticize things, and so cities and counties have, you know, launched things from the sidelines saying this bill is not good because of the budgeting by initiative provisions. But it's also important to keep it in perspective that that is the best that we would get out of the legislature at this point. And so keep that in perspective. And the chief's raising awareness on that point has been instrumental in getting it passed. And so that has been, he has done a great job in raising awareness through his interviews on the Ranch podcast. And he is essential and instrumental in getting that bill passed. And it will benefit Idaho immensely.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Chief?
Just to clarify, if you're truly looking at a bond is a separate line item on your property tax. And it has a levy rate just like the school district, fire district, etc. So if you're truly asking about a bond, it already is accounted for in the county's levy rate and would be paid off through the county's levy on your property tax.
I was looking for more of a emergency services levy is what Chief Kaminsky was talking about.
So
Sorry, I
think-
thought I heard bond, and that's where I was.
I think that, again, this is my opinion, so take it with a grain of salt. I think if you were successful in passing a public safety levy increase at the 60% threshold that was permanent, then you would obviously ask for enough money to help your fire and police department, which would increase the fire department's budget. This is not something that can happen in the next 3 months. This takes a long time. So I'm just gonna say that the fire department budget is $15 million today, and it's gonna be, after this public safety levy is passed, it'll be $18 million. So then when you go through this process, if I'm successful in changing the language from annexation to consolidation, then the $18 million would move because that is your new M&O budget for the fire department. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so I think to answer your question is if it was done as the city and allocated to the fire department, and then when it consolidated with the rural district, that's the number that would, the new number would be what is consolidated with the district. So yes.
Mr. Mayor.
But it would still be subject to the annexation 90%.
That is what I'm getting rid of. So it was never our intent, and it was not leadership's intent to have it at the 90%. The intent was to take the M&O budget from the fire department, the M&O budget from the district, put it together, create a new levy rate for the new area.
That change will come to fruition and
In my perfect world, it would start in January and be done before the or when the governor signs it, and it would be backdated to January.
Session that we have.
Start in January, yes.
Take one more question, then we'll take a break after that.
Mr. Mayor, Chief, with regards to 765 that you mentioned a couple, your involvement with the legislature. I have a little bit minimal experience with the legislature. Sometimes they just run out of steam in a legislative session. They don't have the will or the ambition to continue. How optimistic are you that they will consolidation language? Do you think it's a strong likelihood of overcoming that legislative scrutiny, or do you think you have enough momentum to see that change happen?
The legislative session is typically a few months, but what I've learned is that the session lasts that long, but the business continues. I have talked to some leadership. Leadership can obviously change in I think I have the current speaker that understands the mistake that was made, and he is willing to move forward with making that change. But that does not mean in November he will retain that. I have not talked, I don't know who that. And it isn't just the speaker. He just happens to live right down the street from me and talk to him on almost a daily basis. So I've explained, and he says, yeah, they seem to always forget that there is annexation rules, that cities have. There's annexation rules that take into consideration the effects of House Bill 389 and fire district law. Fire district law has its own piece of annexation. That's the piece that was missed. And it's my fault. I didn't, when they finished the legislation, it was Representative Sauter and the State Tax Commission. And that piece. I mean, I'm pretty optimistic that it would change. I mean, I think that I could talk to a number of folks in that building and they would understand this. Consolidate, just like we do with fire districts.
So it's already been through legislative services, it's already ready to present and
this conversation to this point.
Quick 10-minute break. We'll be back. We'll go ahead and start back. I'll turn back over to the chief.
Thank you, Mayor. So before we get started with Chief Wendelsdorf, Kirk Carpenter, Fire Chief of Nampa Fire District, has joined us. He's also the president of the Idaho Fire Chiefs Association. He'll be speaking a little bit today after Chief Wendelsdorf. With that, Chief Wendelsdorf,
you.
also a former Caldwell
Yes,
firefighter and fire chief.
with the city, just over 30 years with the city of Caldwell, and it was a great time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here.
So, just in order, I was asked to give an overview of the district itself. So this kind of gives you the purple area on the map, kind of gives you a little bit of an idea. I'll zoom in here in just a minute. Everything in here is listed as, or different colors, I should say, are the fire districts. With the exceptions of the cities are grayed for whatever reason the county did that at the time, but just kind of gives you an overall view. We're about 100 square miles that we cover, all the way down from Lake Lowell, all the way up to the county line as we go through this. So here's a little bit closer picture of the area that we serve or the district serves. The red border, I'm not technology savvy. So the red border that looks like my daughter drew it on there, nothing against my daughter, is the area of impact as defined in the City of Caldwell's comprehensive plan, or the area that you have defined for development in your comp plan. So it kind of gives you an idea of how much of the district will eventually be coming back in, or coming into the City of Caldwell itself as we continue to grow. One of the challenges that we face in this process is in the gray area of Caldwell City for the city fire department, you'll see little specks of that purple, lavender, whatever color you want to call it, of the fire district. And so those are areas of the district, or excuse me, areas of the city surrounding it that have never been annexed into the city. So there's a checkerboard effect, if you will, within the city. And that possibly down the road could create some challenges. It may not, but it's would be beneficial if at some point in time we could work together and maybe clear that up if we don't come together as one district as we move forward with this. So that kind of gives you a ballpark idea of where we're at. I'm going to skip this one and come back if we need to. So my understanding is that the City of Caldwell's value is about $10 billion. If we annex that into the fire district at 90%, it comes down to about $9 billion. At our current levy rate for the fire district at 10 mills, it would generate about $9 million, $9.5 million in new revenue for the district. Our current funding or taxpayer funding out in the district is 2.8 for a total of $12 million. And I think that's going to be a little short of what we're looking for. I think we were looking for more of I put up there 18 as a projected, maybe less, maybe a little bit more. But we also have to remember that we're always 2 years in the rears. So the property tax value that you're working with today for the FY27 value was the value of the city on December 31st of 2025. And so we're always 2 years behind. So truly, instead of this being an FY27, it would be FY28. That's a mistake on the slide, because if we did the annexation before December 31st of this year, it would show up as we're starting to do the FY28 budget a year from now. So that kind of gives you the overview of the budget or the annexation. Point that is my understanding in talking with our attorney. How the annexation works, I think Chief Tominski hit on it very well when he said it's the plan and putting the plan together on how you're going to, or how we are going to make this work and how we're going to put this together. Included in that is the timelines. It needs to address a multitude of issues. And the more of the issues that we can address, for example, the more or the smoother the transition occurs at that particular point in time. Some of the more seasoned folks sitting around the table here, I'm gonna pick on you, Eric, will remember we had a annexation that we did, the Caldwell Rural Fire District did, of the city of Notice back in 2006-07 area. And that became a very, very slippery slope. Everybody's like, let's just get this done, let's just get this done. And it created a huge number of issues for us under a very tight time frame that there was no need for. So I think time is the key thing here. Most of when the annexation occurs, most everything is open for negotiations to be part of that plan. What happens with fire department assets or stations or engines or those types of things. My personal opinion, it's my personal opinion only, is we own nothing. The taxpayers own everything and we manage it for them. And so having stations transfer or equipment transfer would just make sense at that particular point in time. Once the plan is agreed upon, and the timelines are agreed upon, it's a very simple process to move forward to finalize it. We choose a date and time, or my understanding is we basically choose a date and time when it will happen, hopefully before December 31st of whatever year, so it comes up next year. And the council would choose a date and time when to dissolve the fire department. And the fire district would choose a date and time when to annex that in, usually within a minute of each other, but there are some technicalities that exist there. And it can be a fairly quick process once that's decided upon. It sounds simple, but we have an exit agreement with the union, or the city would. The district has an entrance agreement with the union that would all need to be negotiated. And from a union standpoint, and I'm speaking out of turn here a little bit, there is no past practice when the transition occurs. And so it behooves them and administration to have as much documented as possible and agreed upon and signed off, so we have something to refer back to other than, well, we used to do that when we were with the city. Okay, but you're not with the city anymore. Or the union used, we have all of that addressed as we go through the process. Future funding. This is the key here, is the long-range funding and developing a strategy by the commissioners at that time as to what that's going to look like with our budget goals. Making sure that everything is in balance. So when we look at impact fees and we say that our impact fees are X number of dollars, that X number of dollars builds, as Chief Tominski talked about, the new fire station and apparatus, and that the tax revenue generated by those homes or residents are enough to pay for the staffing of that station. So I'm going to make up a number here. If we decide that 6,000 new homes generate a new station. We need to make sure that 6,000 new homes generates enough money in impact fees to pay for the equipment and the station. And at the same time, the tax revenue, property tax revenue generated by that area is enough to generate the staffing and the ongoing maintenance and operations of that station that goes along with it. And maintaining that balance is critical on everybody's part, because all we have is property tax at that particular point in time. Responsibilities transfer, that's part of the working plan. And what transfers? Usually at some point in time, there's a drop dead date where everything transfers over to the new district or to the district itself, and the responsibilities that go along with that. One of the questions that would need to be addressed early on, are we gonna do a 3-person board or a 5-person board? And how are we gonna break that up into zones for elections and things along those lines? And so it's all part of the plan as we move forward in the transition. And with that, I'll stand for any questions. Kind of wanted to go over 100,000-foot view.
Mark, on that checkerboard map that you had there, are all those smaller areas within city limits or some of that county? Yeah, that
So when you look at the areas that are purple or lavender or whatever inside the gray and surrounded on all sides, that technically is in the county, in the fire district, because it hasn't been annexed into the city. And let me give you an example. I live up on Quail Ridge, which is basically Montana, Dietz Way area. There is about a 3-acre parcel directly behind me that was not annexed into the city. Now, today, you can go a mile in any direction from that location, and it's in the city, but they are not. So some of the open burning, some of the things that county residents are allowed to do, they are able to do because they're not in the city. And the people surrounding them, like myself, are like, but they can't do that. Oh, yes, they can, because they're in the, personally, and I'm speaking from a citizen of Caldwell, I would like to see those areas force annexed, because it puts everybody on the same page. But that's for a different date, a different discussion.
Just a follow-up question. I know some of the concerns that the residents have is if we go to a fire district and, you know, you have a board and everything, but it's similar to a union, I would assume, right? I mean, do you folks come to the city and require whatever increases you do for personnel? And
no.
You don't?
No.
Who dictates how much?
So what happens is the fire district is like a school district. It's a separate taxing entity, and they have elected officials. So the 3 commissioners sitting next to me are elected just like you were elected in your elections. And we could go up to 5, but 3 to 5 is what's allowed in the statute. And they're elected officials, and we are our own taxing district. So at that particular point in time, if the city were to become part of the district, the control goes to those 3 to 5 commissioners that are elected by the public. And they set the budget, which then goes to the county, just like you do. It goes to the county, which establishes the levy rate, and we get the same payments that the city does, et cetera.
Well, what they're concerned about is, the taxpayers are concerned about is that when you set the salaries, that whatever they might be, the board decides that, but taxpayers don't. Is that correct?
It's just like it is now.
Well, that's what I mean.
It's just like it is now for the city of Caldwell. The citizens don't decide the salaries, you do as the city council. And so that would be a correct statement.
Okay.
The difference is that because they're only dealing in the fire district, their budget is very transparent to see where the money's going. And I'm not saying the budget here isn't transparent, it's just a lot thicker than what our budget would be because of the police, because of parks, because of roads and sewer and water. With the fire district, it's usually more transparent because it's just dealing with the fire department.
Relative to equipment, say you folks think you need 3 new ladder trucks. How does that work? It's your decision, right? I mean, that's what you need.
Well, it would be the chief would bring that to the district commissioners.
Yeah.
The commissioners would decide how much money we've been putting aside each year for capital purchases. And if we have enough money to do that, or do we go to the vote, if we haven't saved our money to pay cash, then we would turn around and go to the voters just like you do for a bond.
Okay.
And it would be the choice. We still have the same requirements as you do for a budget hearing and everything else, and we ask for public's input. When I was the chief here, we had very, very few people ever show up for the budget impact or budget meetings, and I don't know what it's like now.
Hasn't changed a lot.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Real quick question. I'm assuming then that you're on the same fiscal compared to calendar schedule that we would be on. So in other words, your budgets have to be pretty much done the same time frame that ours are?
Yes, sir. We follow the same requirements as you do, as you have.
So it would probably be best if we were to do this, to do it in a fiscal calendar and not a regular calendar, correct? Because you were saying we have to do it by December 31st if we were to make a decision.
We have to do the annexation by December 31st. We don't have to do the actual, all the transition until
The fiscal calendar's up.
the fiscal calendar.
For the next year? That's what I'm trying to say is would it be better to do both at the same time and transfer it in other words, end a fiscal calendar
Because we're,
and start all new?
because we're operating always behind. If we did it, for example, let's just say it's, once we annex, or the annex takes
Consolidate
place,
preferably, correct? Yeah.
it takes place the next budget cycle.
Yeah, the official move wouldn't happen until the funding
Okay,
be at the end of the fiscal year.
that's what I was just trying to make sure.
Legislative.
So if we did it,
Have
if
to
we did
plan
it
it.
before December 31st this year, it wouldn't actually impact until next fiscal. it
Until
wouldn't-
the 28,
Eight.
FYI 28. So there would have to be some type of makeup or agreement between October 1 of your new budget for 27 and December 31st of 27.
Right.
Because the new budget year would start this October 1, but we don't get the money from the county until January of 28.
Thank you, Chief.
All right. I don't know, Chief Daniels.
Just to throw it out there, to have some more conversation. If we were annexed by the rural fire district right now, Deborah's here, she's their treasurer for the rural fire district. And aside from Chief Wendelsdorf, they're the only 2 employees of the fire district.
Right.
And so we would need to coordinate some logistics with human resources, payroll, finance, everything else with the city, or have those things in place. With personnel hired or contracted with, and I think Chief Carpenter can probably speak to this as their transition from the city to a district. It's obviously not just a light switch. There's lag, there's transition, and there's obligations, so. That being said, Chief Carpenter,
Good morning.
the floor is yours, sir.
All right.
Thank you
Mayor-
for being
Mayor and
here.
council, thanks for having me. In talking with Chief, just learning about what Caldwell is considering and he had asked me of, and if there was benefits or negatives to the consideration of an annexation from the district. At the time, it was found that there was some advantage in that there was some tax capacity due to the differencing in levy rates. That if the district was to annex the city, that there was about $1 million of available tax revenue to better fund the fire department. In 2016, the city council made the decision that that was not something they wanted to move forward with. Obviously, when you're looking at something like this, you represent the community. There's a lot of emotion that's behind the fire department. Communities are very proud of their fire service, and it really came down to an emotional decision at the time that was not something that they wanted to consider at that moment. Mayor Kling came into office, and in 2019 she directed me to follow through with another look at consolidation and annexation. We hired a consultant in Galena Consulting, and once again the math proved out that there was advantage for the district to annex the city. We went through a pretty significant process over 6 months of all the details of what that would look like, what the tax ramifications would be for our citizens both inside the city and outside. A lot of difficult conversations, as you can imagine, because you have a lowly populated fire district that's currently contracting, and all the fire stations sit within the city, and so you had some citizens and council members that were worried about if it was to move over to a commission, would fire stations still be built within the city limits, and what's the consideration, and just a lot of opportunity to learn through the path of that. We as fire chiefs and as leadership teams use data as our driving factor on where our resources need to be placed, and so we really had to prove that out in showing that what was our strategic plan moving forward, whether we were with the city or a district, that it didn't really change much, that our long-term plans are all based upon the data that we receive from the type of calls we go on to the driving distances that we need to manage. And so whether we were a city or a district, those station positions or the resources didn't necessarily change in location. It just changed in how they were funded. The ultimate reason we looked at it and the annexation went through was really about what Chief Wendelsdorf was talking about, is the competitive nature of city budgets, as you all are very aware, is the Nampa Fire Department needed Station 6 for more than a decade. Annually, we were requesting the additional resource, and there was never a moment in time that they could consider building the facility, let alone funding the personnel that would need to go within that fire station. There was always needs in park and streets and police and water, and ultimately, once the math was done and you could see the new budget that was solely dedicated to fire and EMS response within the community, it just proved out that we would, at a much faster pace, be able to keep up with growth with dedicated funds. For the city, there was benefit. Obviously, when the annexation occurs, you saw the formula there, the tax, the property tax that funded the fire department went with us. However, the city was able to retain the portion of revenue that they were funding us with. I know a lot of times when cities try and relay property tax to their community, it is police and fire that take up the full amount of property tax. That's just the cost of those two services. And in doing that, people felt like the full amount of the fire department should have been reduced from that property tax levy. But if Doug Racine was here from the city of Nampa, he would tell you that all divisions within the city are proportionately funded by property tax and revenue. And it seems to me, from the experiences I'm having, it seems to be about the same. Somewhere around 78% is property tax and 22% is revenue. And so when we left the city, we left with our $10 million of property tax. We went through the process of setting our new budgets, and then House Bill 389 came into play right after we had made the vote for annexation. That's significant because the fire district, very similar to, almost exactly set up as you are now, was a $3 million a year budget. The city's fire department was 12.4, and you have a smaller agency with a $3 million budget annexing a very large agency that now has an 8% cap that wasn't there at the vote of annexation. So Spent a lot of time down at the Capitol, with, at the time, Senator Rice, trying to explain what was going to happen if we couldn't get, a pass through 1 year. So the legislature did give us, if the annexation occurred before the law of 389 came into play, then they allowed it to happen without the caps. So we were the last lucky agency that was able to do an annexation without the 8% cap. Throughout the process, we learned lessons all along the way, and you've spoken, just in the short time I've been here, you've spoken about many of the lessons learned. One is asset transfer, and much like Chief Windelsdorf, I'm a personal believer that the fire engines we have and the facilities that we operate in are not owned by us at the fire department, they are owned by the taxpayers. And knowing the history you have with your district, they're owned by all the taxpayers within the city and the district, because they've had a formula in which they've shared cost all of those items. And so our intent was to transfer all assets. There were some sticky ones. We had a public safety building that housed police and fire that was built by urban renewal dollars and was still being paid off in a bond. That was chosen by the city not to transfer over to the fire department. And then our training ground sits in the growth path of our wastewater treatment plant. They were not interested in transferring that asset to us either, rather than just allow us to use it until they need it. So those things had to be agreed upon. And some of those can be very difficult conversations, because you can imagine as a fire department or as a fire district, the cost of building a new training facility can be millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars. And so the thought of having to do that into the future is a little worrisome. However, we continue to just keep our eyes on the fact that as a district, we knew we would be able to open Fire Station 6 within the first 3 years of our existence as the new district. If we were to stay with the city, the timeline was 2031. And I think if we revisited the city today, that wouldn't even be possible now, as it had thought to have been back into 2020. I would say we probably would be looking even further into the 2030s before that 6th station would have been opened. As a separate district, we chose at the time to traverse the gap that you were talking about. We did change our fiscal year to January through December during the annexation, and we moved from 3 fire commissioners to 5 to better represent the whole community, knowing that the 3 commissioners lived within the rural district at the time. Both council and commission wanted it to represent the whole, and so redistricted, re-subdistricted to 5, and 5 new commissioners were elected through the process. The gap that you were talking about from October to January was funded through reserves of both the city and the district. It was mutually agreed upon prior to the annexation. So both paid as if we were still operating as 2 separate entities. They paid their portion of that 90 days out of reserves. And then the year of annexation, all of us employees stayed under the city, using city resources such as finance and HR for that last year. And then January 1 of 2021, we became the new district, and all of those responsibilities came on to the fire department. Lessons learned, not a lot of infrastructure in our organization at the time, so you had fire chiefs doing HR, you had a fire chief doing payroll, you had we took up the role of the city, honestly realized and felt the value of the city resources that we had always enjoyed. We were pretty stacked and not much bandwidth, realizing the new ownership we had over those portions of our organization. It did take us about 2 years to recover and actually put those things in place. So we now have an HR director, we now have a finance head. But it was the ability to do that, in that we had full, we weren't sharing our tax dollars anymore. So along with our local firefighter union, we collaborated, we worked together. They chose over the first 3 years of our existence to take very low pay raises because they could see the needs of the organization needed to be met. We never experienced that with the city because as Mark said, the budget book is so much thicker. And I think as firefighters, just in general, we always have that question that there's more money somewhere. And so there was never that opportunity. With a taxing district like a fire district, there is, the money is the money. We're 97% funded property tax. We have a little bit of revenue, and that's a lot of times dependent upon grants. So when our tax dollars come in, that is the amount of money we have. It's very easy to negotiate over because as an organization, we get to decide where those funds go and what the highest need is for the community and making sure we're maintaining the service that we provide. So for us, that financial transition was positive. We've been able to open Station 6. We have plans for Station 7 and 8 within the next 8 years, all in the time frame that the city would have only been able to open one station if we had stayed with the city. So I like to believe that for our organization and our partnership with the city has grown just more positively. We're still included in department head meetings. We attend budget hearings. We have a very good relationship as we move forward, and that's the intent for the future. But the hardest lessons learned were really in just making sure we stay collaborative. It's easy when you no longer use city resources to become disconnected. When you're not seeing HR on a regular basis, you can lose those connections. And so just being very intentional with our communications and our contact with our city partners, making sure that we're involved in all the things that we had always been involved in, whether that was charity to Boys and Girls Club. Those things don't go away. We don't act any different. Same employees and same stations. We just are funded differently and a little bit more. For us, it's significantly easier to plan on because we know exactly what we're getting. We're no longer competing for tax dollars with other divisions of the city. And our commissioners, who are also elected, are sole focused on one thing, and that is the emergency response to our community. So we find all those things very valuable. As per negatives, other than the amount of work it is, although it is an easy process, you have to be very diligent, and it is a lot of work, especially for the staff of the fire department. You need to follow through with all of those plan agreements, making sure that things get tied up. We're 5 years out and we still have several things that we work with the city regularly to try and wrap up. And they're just all weird. Like the land in which our Station 5 sits on is actually on the airport property, so it can't be sold to us. So we can't own the land that our fire station sits on. And so we just make sure every year we're paying attention to that lease, that we're following the rules, that we have good communication with the city, that this is our intent moving into the future. And those little intricacies will happen, I think, in any type of annexation or consolidation. So happy to stand for any questions. If you want to know more about the process, we held town halls throughout the process, and it really was our citizens who tipped the scales when it came to the annexation. Once they could see the funding opportunity for the fire department, some of our most prevalent community members were the ones that were our biggest supporters through the process. So, but yeah, happy to answer any questions about the process or our budget or any of those areas.
Thank you, Chief. We appreciate your perspective and experience.
Chief, thanks for being here. I gotta tell you before I ask my question, we have former chief, former firefighter, current chief, and then this is a tremendous collection of a substantial amount of talent and experience here.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that. And so kudos to the city of Colebrook, who has employed such great people. And so my question for you is, as this transition happened, and you went through all these little steps that Chief Talinsky's talked about here earlier before you arrived. Do you have any, does your public say our fire department was better when they were with the city? Do you feel that your service is better now? How is your general feeling about the pulse of the community that you serve?
I would say that we've in the last 5 years, I've received 2 negative comments about the fire department. We almost daily get positive. If we look at, so as I stated earlier, we're very data driven. If we look at the data from 2020 to today, our response times have gone down almost 2 minutes on average. Because of the addition of Station 6, that almost instantly took us down a minute on average on our response time, which is what that's one of our most important measures, is the quicker we can get to the scene, whether it's an EMS call that a life is in danger, to a fire call to keep it from growing exponentially. Knowing that our response times have reduced, even while our call volume continues to climb on an average of 10% a year. That to me is a good measure to say that we are providing a better service today than we were 5 years ago, even with the growth occurring during the time. Interactions with our community, we don't have a lot of negative interactions. We're pretty open. I mean, one of those citizens is sitting here. Regularly, I'm talking to several of our citizens. We don't get off scot-free. We get we're held accountable and actually invite that. One of my good friends, Larry Olmsted and Hubert Osborne, I've sat in a room numerous times explaining the whys behind our whats and being here's an example. Our Station 6 has 3 bays. One of those bays is not drive-through. It was designed to be drive-through, but it was Hubert Osborne that convinced me that I didn't need to pay a huge amount of money for storage, that I could build storage somewhere else if I swore I was going to keep an extra fire engine. And so instead of 3 full drive-through bays, we shrunk at our citizens' recommendation, we shrunk that station down to cost less. We don't get any negative. I think if we do, it's usually a communication thing that we have the opportunity in that moment to meet them wherever they're at and describe the why behind what we're doing and then listen. Mainly, we do take it very serious to listen and make sure we're attending to all concerns. But I would say, in my perspective, only an increase in reliability and an increase in I guess faith in our organization and respect is what I've experienced from the leadership portion.
So is it fair to say, Chief, one more, or Mr. Mayor, one more question? So is it fair to say, you know, that making this transition, greater transparency, greater reliability, greater functionality, greater performance by the fire department over the last 5 years?
Yes. I haven't experienced a downturn, so I could see if we went into a downturn, we may have some challenges. I've been very lucky as a fire chief. As all of my years as a chief, we've gone through growth. And so when we get our new property tax and we follow state statute just like cities do, and when we can see those new numbers, we've been very lucky in that Nampa's growing, so we are getting funds to grow with the community. I would suggest if we go into a downturn and our budget still needs to increase, then we would probably start getting some feedback from our community of, hey, we're in a downturn, you shouldn't be taking more taxes, but if it's still growing. So I haven't had to experience that yet, but yes, I would say efficiency-wise and transparency for sure. We try and be very transparent with our numbers because that's how we prove we're using the citizens' dollars to the very fullest. And then efficiency-wise, I would also say morale and cultural-wise, we're still Nampa proud. I would speak just for myself. Everything I have in my life is because of my community of Nampa. It's very important to me. And I think that's what our organization's view and mission is it's our citizens first, and we're super proud to be that. And as a district solely relying on property tax, it's almost in that ownership piece of that none of this of what we use is ours. We do care for it as if it was someone else's, and it's just ours to use, and it's our job to make sure, as you guys all experience, you're paying so much more for fire engines right now. In my young chief years, we had a 7-year replacement plan for fire engines. And as you guys know, fire engines are now over $1 million. Knowing that that's not a possibility anymore based on the amount of money that comes into our special taxing district, we just have to change our plans. And so how do we care for a fire engine knowing that now it's gonna have to be a 10-year replacement plan? We don't have a choice. Those are the opportunities.
one of the bills. In your opinion, based on what you went through, especially through 389, would it be in this council's interest to maybe hold off and see if we can't get that cleared up in the next session?
Well, I can tell you the guy that is gonna fix it is sitting right there.
No, I'm just saying, just right now with Nampa, and you were set in Nampa doing this the way we are right now, would you wanna wait or would you wanna do it?
So there's some weird pieces to it. This is just my opinion.
Correct.
Your department can't afford to lose that 10%. That's significant. That's staffing for one station. And so, knowing that, that's just a few months away, I would cross my fingers and support Greg in his endeavors. We already have, some verbal commitment to fix that. That wasn't intended, that annexation piece would apply to the, they really truly were trying to create an avenue to where, fire districts and city fire departments could consolidate. And the way that consolidation bill works really well. I think most of you are aware, we're currently looking at a consideration of consolidation with CUNA. And there's a lot of moving pieces in there, but the consolidation bill is pretty easy. They take our two budgets, put them together, and it sets the levy rate for the whole new district. A little different in annexation, where the levy rate from the fire district would be what would be applied, but that 10% is a significant amount of money. And yeah, so I would wait till the bill was fixed.
One last one, since you've moved to a district, to me, it's a big deal when the two are working together. How has your relationship with NPD changed since then?
There was one decision we made that caused the most, so we were dispatched by Nampa Police Department up until just February. And actually, as partnerships within the fire service grow, there was a huge opportunity for Nampa Fire Department to switch to Canyon County. Our relationship with RPD is amazing. I don't see many fire departments and police departments that have the relationship we have. Other than that, the police chief's a lot snappier and quicker and wittier than I. We tease each other a lot. We have police officers in our stations all the time. We're part of their TAC Med program and vice versa, as they are with our investigative side of our department. And so we have great relationships, and the intent is to never. We've had that for such a long time that I don't know that would ever go away. Just because it's a priority. We train on the same training grounds, and although they own it, we maintain it, and we both use it. So we have a great relationship. So that I don't think will ever change.
Yeah, Chief, thank you for being here. Appreciate it very much. Like you said, you guys are so similar to us, we're so similar to you that it helps to have this perspective. So one of the big things that council members face a lot is land use. And we have two major school districts in Caldwell that give us input on development, et cetera. Does the district get involved with council? Do they submit letters, that kind of thing, on recommendations when large land use things?
Yes, so we still play the same role that we did when we were with the city, which is really by the graciousness of the council, right? Because of the partnership. So what we do is we provide call data for any larger development that's coming. We had a process in place where they'll send it to us, we'll review it, and then we'll send back to council, this is what the impact would be on your fire department. This is the long-term, I guess, projection of what would be needed by us to service that approved development.
Okay, so that relationship that you had before you separated, as far as input, still continues now?
Yes.
Okay, and then were there any open bonds at the time you guys separated?
Yes.
Those transitioned all right, or?
The bond is actually through the Urban Renewal District, and it's for the public safety building. So that's the only bond that's open, and so it's the Urban Renewal that actually pays on the bond. But it was for a fire and police administrative building, but it didn't transfer with us.
And did you consider, or did you do any long-term emergency services levies to help with this transition?
No,
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Alright, thank you.
Yeah.
Chief,
Thanks, Mayor.
expertise and information,
happy to help.
very
I
much
appreciate-
appreciated,
I appreciate the opportunity.
especially mustache wars apparently. Alright, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Just
All
for
right.
the room, really quick before we break, or did you have a question? I'm sorry.
Wanted to hear from Glenn.
Yes. Sorry, do we wanna go ahead and make that transition?
Absolutely.
Speak real quick.
You wanna speak?
Yeah.
Up here, so he can choke me.
I just wanna do a quick reintroduction and then just,
I'm Glenn Rimby, I'm a Nampa citizen, and I'm chairman of a group called the Concerned Citizens of Canyon County Committee. I've been asked to check into our conversion, and I'm gonna report to you what I found, and so you can take it for what it's worth. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Commissioners, and honorable firemen. I was recently asked how the conversion from the Nampa Department went to the fire district at Gone. The question prompted me to look closely at available data. In the process, it seems that I may have stirred up the hornet's nest. Looking back to September 14th of 2020, the presentation by Galena said the conversion would be net neutral in physical impact to the taxpayers, net neutral to Nampa City budget, no change to the quality or level of service, and adequate governance and continued sensitivity to taxpayers. The conversion became evident on January 1st of 2021. The final budget for 2020 was approximately $13 million. And 2.5 came from the rural district, as I understand. The 2026 budget is now $44.9 million. Based on those numbers, I would suggest that we've fallen short of somewhat what was presented in 2020. An additional perspective, during the same five-year time period, the consumer price index increased by about 22%. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm glad this is being done, but I just wanted to give you folks an idea of what I saw. And in fact, I'm meeting with Chief Carpenter on Monday to discuss budget. So we're moving in that direction. And I hope that it can be taken into consideration as you move forward with this process.
Questions from
Any
council?
questions?
You have budget details if you have questions about the budget.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for that bit of information.
I think, Chief, it's important to clarify your budget.
Yeah. So when we publish our budget, it's a little different than some public entities. We actually publish everything that we have on hand at the time of the publication. And so when you saw last year in the paper a $44 million budget, that's publishing all dollars that are held within our accounts. So that also includes the remainder of the year in which we're currently operating in. So we still have 50% of a year budget left in that 44 million, which for now, quick number is just a little over $10 million. We had about $6 million in impact fees. We also had some other funds in those dollars. So our budget for the operational budget for 2026 is actually right at 24 million. That is using some reserves for several capital projects that we have. So it could be confusing. There's definitely, in efforts to be transparent, it definitely can cause a confusing picture, and that it looks like we've doubled our budget in just 5 years. We only can take the 3% statutorily, just as a city as well as growth. We have taken foregone 2 years. Twice we took 1% foregone, as well as 1 year we took 2% for a capital project. Those are the opportunities you can take too, and then they come off the roll. Yeah, I think in the future, we'll continue to try and publish out all the money that we have, so people know exactly the amount of money that we deal with and we care for. But I definitely can see in some of our citizens' view where that would look weird to have a $44 million budget posted for a department that was just, 16 million in 2020. So,
Counselor.
And just to be clear, your budget, your overall budget is still held to the 8% cap, correct?
so now fire districts can go to the 15.
I'm just
for
saying
growth.
your past budget, up until this year, you have been held to the 8%.
And historically for us, we see between 2 and 3% growth. So historically for us, we've been growing at about 6% annually in our budget, 3% property tax increase, and then we take all growth obviously through the process. But like this year, for this year, we'll be right at 5%. We only had 2% growth in Nampa, and last year we were right at 6 total, three increase and 3.
And since creation, have you taken any kind of major mill rate change? So you haven't applied for any kind of mill rate change or anything that could happen?
And the looking into the future, because we have the urban, just as Caldwell had your urban renewal, our sunset comes up in 4 years. We're actually very healthy right now, very sustainable. So we have plans like once our urban renewal sunsets, that's our opportunity to open those next stations, because I don't know what, you guys had an amazing urban renewal district that was very successful. I don't know if ours is that successful, but we just know what ours will be. So we don't see a time in our future where any type of levy override or levy increase would be needed unless something drastic happens. And in my mind, that would probably be apparatus. If we had a large event that took out several of our apparatus, we just don't have the depth to be able to purchase that type of thing without help. But besides that, we're on track to do levy overrides, not go out for bonds.
Thank you. Appreciate that additional information. Is that Councilor Stoddard?
So Chief, one more, just to be clear, if a taxpayer comes up to you and said, it looks at the 20 million roughly, and then the 40 million, what's your simple answer for the increase?
A simple answer?
Yeah.
That we do have reserves, and that 40 million still included 50% of the year we're in. So just with the 4 reserve funds we have, so we have one for apparatus, one for capital, our impact fees, which have to be very specific in use, and then our actual reserve, which we try to keep at 30%. Those make up, along with the budget remaining of the current year in, those make up that 20, or in this case 20 million difference between our operational budget and what was published in the
Okay, so the reserves were included in that $20 million figure too? Okay.
Included in the 44 to be more
The 44,
correct, right?
yeah.
Alright, it's 11:24. Anything else, anything from council? Everyone's eyes floating right now, need a bathroom break, we're almost at lunchtime. Yeah, we'll take a 10.
Lunchtime.
And got your lunch, we're gonna have a working lunch, so we continue moving forward, on to the next section, section 6. Keeping track, financial, legal, and governance evaluation, so we'll hear from the finance director, legal counsel, and the fire chiefs. And if we've already covered something, you just wanna skim through that part, I mean, you're leading the show here, so with that, let's begin.
And it's a working lunch, so try not to talk with your mouth too full. You have a special guest. Where did
He's over here.
Mike, you wanna introduce yourself, Mike?
Yeah, let me do that. So for the folks in the room, Michael Keith, I'm with Zion's Public Finance. We are the City of Caldwell's municipal advisor, and as we kind of have kind of learned about this, trying to just really be a resource for the city. And so what does that mean? Like we do a lot of work around fire district cities, bonds, debts, levies, urban renewals, how all these different pieces kind of fit together. And so as the city's kind of moving through this and making decisions in terms of what's going to happen with fire districts moving in potentially to its own district, the city reducing its levies, what that means for urban renewal, the fact that the city has issued a couple GO bonds, right? It currently has that on its book that's debt for the city, right? How does that work? City of Ketchum, worked through that, had some challenges with that, right? It was a little different for, I know, City of Nampa on that. But there are some things that we're gonna need to think through in terms of those risks and assets. Yes, the city also has a couple of fire truck leases, right? That it's also on the books that we'd have to figure out how to, reassign. What does that mean for fire districts' budgets? What does that mean for, cities' budgets? And so really, we just wanted to kind of, provide our expertise and help any way we can as we're starting to do some of these modeling, thinking about what some of those long-term, risks, are as the fire district potentially becomes its own district. So, so really like here to help in any way we can.
That being said, Rochelle.
So I've been doing a lot of research on this, and Raylan and I, the previous finance director, have had a lot of discussions in this. And I just want to first off start by saying that, thank you for all of you for coming here. I think everything you've said today has been very, very good to hear. I had a lot of questions myself, so it's been nice to have you all in one room so I can kind of grab you and talk to each of you individually about all the questions that I'm having as we transition through this as a city. I think that the numbers presented today so far are accurate. They're in line with what I've been looking at and the discussions that I've been having with the fire chief. And the concerns that I've had have also been addressed today in relation to the difficulties in transferring. When you look at the district moving, it's essentially starting their own business, and they currently do have city services. So, not only in their first year are they going to have to look at with this annexation, which may hopefully get changed in the language, that it does significantly hurt them going into a new district in those first couple of years. And we are very similar to Nampa. The one difference that I do see in us transitioning, where we've talked about our budget, we do have a 16 million, a little over $16 million budget, I think currently as it stands, that we're proposing for 2027. And that is very close to Nampa's $15 million that was thrown out. And so we do have a lot of similarities with Nampa's transition, but we haven't talked, like right now, there's kind of a deficit for fire within the city. So even though their budget currently sits at 16 in expenditures, their revenue is sitting more around the 14 level. So that is also something that will have to be considered in the transition. Wendelsdorf provided some numbers. I think those are pretty close. And if you saw that, there was kind of a 5 million deficit in that first year. And that's about right. If you take the amount that the new rural district will get, and the amount that they're currently budgeting now, You know, and one of the things, those numbers I presume don't have are the new positions that will be needed, the HR, the finance, as mentioned earlier, right? These are things that the city is currently providing. I think it will be a culmination of working with the city to work those details out. And make sure that we're both on, in agreement with how we're going to transition that. I don't think that they'll be successful without at least a little bit of city assistance at the beginning. How much and where that's gonna come from is going to have to be looked at internally. The specifics, it's going to be a very complicated and detailed process to identify that, and make sure that we're both gonna gain in the long run from the transition. Ultimately, with new legislation coming out for fire districts, I do think it would benefit them to have more budget capacity in the long run, and I do think that the first couple of years would be a tricky transition for both of us. But I think in the long run, it would benefit them as well as the city, as long as we could maintain continued partnerships, positive partnerships. That being said, you know, Michael and I have talked about specifics and mostly related to the bonding and the assets and the leases, and that all gets tricky. And I feel we can work through that. And one other thing I wanna say is timing. That was also talked about today, and I think that is extremely important. Going into this, I mean, even when we talked about it at the budget session, just within the last couple of weeks, and we said we need to have a determination. I'm going to do my best to not try and make budget be a factor in pushing this forward sooner than it has to. I think that there is an urgency, and from a city perspective, it is important to move it forward just because the city has its own financial risks that are somewhat unrelated maybe to the fire department, because we have so much more that we're looking at. I do agree that, you know, it's been talked about transparency within a city, going to a fire district having more transparency, and I don't know if we're using the right word. Transparency is giving all the information. I think cities do that, and I think fire districts' intentions are to do that, and that is what we both are doing. But when we present information on the city side, it is bulked together. It's much harder for people to understand. It's a more, you know, it's hard to break out the general fund and say, these are all the little, you know, pieces within the general fund, and so it's harder to explain to the public and to the department sometimes where that money is going. And so I wouldn't say it makes it more transparent, but it makes it cleaner to the public, where they can see and understand a little bit easier than they could with a city that's got, you know, I think City of Caldwell has more funds than any other in the Treasure Valley. So we have a lot that we're tracking, and it does get complicated. And so the more complicated it gets, the more people begin to wonder what's going on, because it gets harder to understand. So I do think having them as a separate entity would provide some clarity and ease of access to that information. Not that we couldn't provide it with the city, but it is harder to break out and delineate. Takes more time and effort. So one thing that I do want to have Michael just kind of touch on a little bit is, which we've talked a little bit so far about, but the effect that it may have on the city's urban renewal, and how this transition affects urban renewal agencies.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So as I think some of you guys know, there have been several changes to urban renewal laws over the last, you know, several years, right? And good or bad, right? The move, when you look at most of the driver now of urban renewal are primarily the county and city tax dollars, right? That do that. And so with a reduction, right, if the city is going to reduce its city taxes on that and move that over to the fire district, the fire districts and the ambulance districts now have to opt in, right? And so if there is an agreement and the fire district opts in, great, then there may be not as much of an impact. It's not a requirement, to do that. And as the rural fire district that the city would be, or the city fire district would be forming with, right, is currently outside of and not part of urban renewal. So if the fire district decided that it didn't want to be part of that, the city would have to be prepared for that reduction in urban renewal revenues on its existing and future, right? Any kind of future plans that you guys would have with that. So that's something to kind of consider. The other thing with some of the new changes to urban renewal, this has been challenged, but to know that it's on the books, that if an urban renewal doesn't have any debt, there's still that option now for fire districts or ambulance districts to opt out of that district, right? And so as you guys think about your transition on this, we're going to want to think about some of those financial impacts potentially to urban renewal projects and kind of across the board for the city.
I don't know who else here from staff has much to say. There's a lot of things on this agenda here that I can briefly go over. If you guys would like, we've got our HR director over there. And so I don't know if she's had time to really dive into how that would impact the payroll side. Obviously, our fire department does have a labor agreement, so that would have to be worked at, I think, probably more internally with the rural district as to how they're gonna deal with that. And make sure, as Mark said, that it's kind of in line with whatever they need to have in there as that change takes place. But a lot of the payroll is driven by that, so, and processes and pay, et cetera. Finance, there's a lot of detail in all of these things, so I don't wanna waste time by talking about things that really should probably be specialized. We do have a fleet maintenance portion we'd have to look at and identify currently how many vehicles they are that they have under that fleet, and what it would cost to come out of that. I haven't done any projections on that yet. All of these items here are things that I think that the city would have to sit down and analyze. They're not easy things to just kind of talk about. You've got sunsetting city support. Where's that gonna come from? How are we going to streamline that? Transition and timeline, I think is very important as well. I've got some recommendations, but there's some fluidity in a lot of these things, and negotiations within a lot of these things that we will have to have internally. Support agreements will probably be necessary, I would assume, at least in the beginning, to assist them in the transition. Risk management, or ICRIM, that's the complicated one. We have a lot of equipment, machinery that's insured, who's gonna take on those responsibilities, and again, back to transfer of assets. How will we deal with the assets that are leased right now? As Michael mentioned, probably have to work through some of the legalities with him on that and with our legal department as well. IT, that'll be one we'll have to talk to the IT director about and get all the details on how incorporated those systems are with each other's softwares. So there's a lot of work on this. This is gonna be a lot of work on city staff time, finance department, IT, HR, legal, all of us are gonna have to be involved, and it will require over the next couple of months to come up with the basics, as if we do want to push this timeline forward to December and try and make a decision now, I think that some key things as mentioned would be timeline. We need to discuss that the basics of what need to be, and maybe legal can provide information on the specifics of the priorities of what would need to be delineated in that initial agreement. I think that if we get to a point where we find that there's so much that's gonna be needed, if there's a full contract MOU that's gonna need to be required before the end of this current fiscal year, I don't know if rushing into it right now would be feasible, but I don't fully know, and I don't know from a legal perspective what that document entails or looks like, to say we've officially made the decision. If it's just a document that says we've officially made the decision and here's some timelines, we could potentially come to that decision in December and have a year to figure out the master agreement or sub-agreements that we want to look into. But if we gotta have the whole master agreement by December, that's gonna be messy, we're gonna miss things, I'm just telling you that right now. So I think we need to do some work on our end to figure out exactly, maybe get an example from another city, or if you guys have some examples that you guys could provide, we can look at that together and say, what exactly do we need to be providing? And then decide whether or not this is something we're gonna move forward with now or later. I think that's probably the biggest decision that we need to kind of hone down first before we go into the rest of the priorities that are needed. So that's kind of my, do you have anything else that you wanna talk about, Michael?
I don't think so at this point. I mean, I think Michelle's kind of hit on the key things that we really do need to think through. Certainly on the asset side, how that's gonna work. You know, I know City of Ketchum's has been messy, that's going through this right now. They had a lawsuit, you know, when they tried to transfer the station that was GeoBond funded over from a citizens initiative. So we need to kind of look at that kind of public piece of it, public ownership, public transfer, kind of what that looks like, make sure it's done legally, whether that's done as the city has to set up some kind of a lease with the fire district so they can lease what's been owned or something like that. We just, those are kind of some of the pieces we're gonna have to, work through. Certainly modeling on the renewal side, we can help with some of the cash flows, but yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to, as Rochelle said, there's gonna be lots to kind of think about on each one of these pieces as we're transferring some of these things over.
Yeah, I'm on the Urban Renewal Commission for Caldwell as well. How would this affect current TIF agreements with development we have going on currently?
I have thought about that. I need to work on some projections, depending on, I think I need to look at three things, and I haven't had a chance to do this yet, being very new to this position and also with everything else I've undertaken over the last week or two. But one, I would like to give you a scenario if they were to stay within the urban renewal district and opt into it, and one if they don't. Regardless of whether they do or don't though, the city's levy rate will go down in the year that they do move. So if they do move out, then they stay in, we will still see a decrease in overall revenue. My first thoughts is that we'll be safe in maintaining the current TIF agreements because those are based, currently they're fairly low and they're gonna be based off of new increment coming in, which I think is gonna be enough to sustain the maximums we have on those, because they hit a max. But I think it will inhibit us from the ability to provide future TIF agreements, potentially, depending on those contracts and what they look like, because it is going to reduce our operational, increment revenue if they leave, regardless of whether they decide to stay in or not. So on that, to the urban renewal, and as the interim treasurer, I will be presenting that to the urban renewal board, so they know the impact.
Thank you.
Right now, I know that Raylyn did this a little while back. She started splitting out cost share for things like finance, HR, legal, all of that.
referring to urban renewal still?
No, I'm
Oh,
referring
okay.
to just overall costs
Oh.
to the city. So I know that like fire's budget right now
Mhm.
has a cost share element to it, correct?
For some of it, that's very complicated, so you're referring to the cost allocation plan
Correct.
citywide, yes. I don't currently believe, and I looked at this, I don't currently believe the city is charging them for administrative services, fire and police. I think we kind of say, you know, they're getting, we wanna give them as much of that general fund as we can, and so I think they have in the past paid some, but in trying to balance their budgets, it's been very difficult the last couple of years, and so we have removed them from the admin piece of that allocation plan. There's several pieces to that plan, though. I think they're still paying attorney's fees. And Kelsey over here, she might be able to ascertain as to the other ones. I know that we have a lot. We have like mowing of facilities, cleaning services from our facilities department. I think they're paying into some of that. I'd have to look specifically out how that cost allocation plan would be affected if they left, do some plug and play with the numbers. But I think right now, admin allocation is one of the bigger pieces of that puzzle, and so is the attorney services. They are paying for a piece of the attorney services, but I think we've foregone the admin services to kind of help them, you know, sustain and meet the level of service that they have now.
Okay, cause I was only asking in case they break off and they need to come back and say, okay, we need to borrow services until we can get ours up and running.
Right, what would that look like?
And is that in their current budget, or is there a portion of that so that it's not as big of a hit or a smaller hit or a larger hit, or that's, I was just trying to think of going forward, if that's something that's already kind of in their budget or not.
I think it would be taken into consideration, but it would also be based off of what their needs are. If they said we need 100% of the services that you gave us, well, then it would be a straight, you know, what were we providing for and where do we provide? But if they go, well, I think we can have our people do this, and can you guys just do that? And we have to start piecing that out, then the cost is gonna look a little different. Any other questions? Any guys about anything that I've stated? Okay.
You have a question for Chief Carpenter. When you made the transition from city to districts, was this,
Real quick,
sorry,
before we switch, Counselor Denver.
So I have a real quick question. I don't know whether or not Chief Carpenter wants to answer this or whether or not Rochelle wants to answer this. But you had mentioned when you transitioned into this, that all of a sudden your captains and your chiefs were starting to do things like payroll, HR,
Our chiefs, the ones that are sitting right there, yeah, so our operations chief basically became HR.
and so what was your reliant on the current, you know, administrative structure of the city of Nampa post-separation?
So, great question. The year in between, employees stayed with the city, so that was really when we began to recognize we're only a year away from not having these support services anymore. And just to give you a heads up, IT was the most difficult one. And it still continues to be somewhat difficult to work through, because we were connected in so many places through our software. We're just now 4 years later getting cleaned up. So we relied on city services for one more year, and then within that year, we began building some capacity in our own team. So we hired a couple staff positions within the year. But we did rely on the city specifically until just recently for IT. Finance for mainly specifically in the impact fee area, like managing and collection of impact fees. We obviously are gonna continue that contract with them as we and then honestly, the mayor's office, like the mayor's office pretty regularly, those services. So I interact with their legal. We obviously have our own legal, but we do bounce ideas off of both legal teams. So I'd say those are the three main services we used. Once that first year was done, we no longer used HR. We didn't use parks or for lawn services. We do continue to contract with their park service for like snow removal. So we just pay the city now to do snow removal, but we still have those connection points, but mainly after that 1 year, everything except for IT was now on our ownership. And we still had great relationships, so if I needed something from the clerk, I would call the clerk and we would figure it out. But the only things we paid for really were IT services and then parks, snow removal.
I have one more comment, if that's okay, and I don't know if there's a question in here, but there's definitely a comment. And so for everybody who's worked in government for a long period of time, I have great faith that people put their best foot forward when they're on a timeline. And I also believe that if we postpone things, we relax a little bit. And we may be in July of 2027 going, oh, there's so much to do, where, did you feel you were under a timeline, and did people work better under timelines?
Yeah, and Rochelle, what I'll do is I'll send you our annexation agreement. I'm not saying it's the right for you, it's just a model of what you can look at. We actually had a program through Project. We had 168 points that both the council and commission had come up with that needed to be completed within the year. And we just and it also, by the way, it was COVID too. So in that year, we had plenty of time, masks on, to complete each task. But we were basically ran like a project management, someone over lead, and we were held accountable to get 168 project points done within the year. But yeah, everybody from both teams specifically worked diligently to make sure that everything was done correctly. Everything from asset transfer. We also had some leases, so we had to work through the transfer of that ownership and who was gonna pay, and just the specific things that you have to think about, like PO liability was the main liability that came with us, because we still owned that liability as a fire district from the city. So those are just some specifics, but they're all in that annexation agreement. I'm happy to share it. It's a little long, apologize, but we've tried to think of everything.
So Chief, I have another question, if that's okay, and maybe, Chief Tominski, you can answer it too. So in the process of the separation and this 168, checklist of items, who was the driving factor behind the completion of those 168? Was it more the fire district driving that, or was it more the city driving that?
Mostly the chiefs, with support from some key specific city assistants. So we relied significantly on our CFO city, just in making sure we were doing everything correct. But it was almost all work points were done by the chiefs of the fire department.
So the division of the work that needed to be done between the district and the 70-30 split, 60-40,
probably
80-20?
Yep. Most on the city was finance and legal, just making sure we're wrapping things up. And then obviously my interaction with the mayor's office, but the majority of the lift was on the chiefs to complete the work under the direction of the mayor and the council and commission. Added work to the finance department, and then that's where the mistake was made, is we didn't realize the lift from IT, like how to separate us from, mainly for security reasons. They didn't want us a part of their network. And so how did we do that when we're still living in one of their facilities? And so that was the difficult part. We accomplished it. It was just like having preparation of memorandums of understanding prepared to understand how that separation occurs. I don't know if you guys have the same setup where, like, our administration was in a city building that had infrastructure for IT in the basement. And so we had to go through their system to have our business run. That was the most difficult one, but I would say almost all the physical, not physical work, but the large lift was done by who's sitting there, and then reporting back to the contact points at the city divisions.
Is that when the city of Nampa was using Tyler?
Yeah. And we were being dispatched by them too. That was another element, right? So we were in all of our storage was at dispatch, so we had hardware. Now we're not city employees, so our keys, we had to figure out how are we gonna traverse where you have a Nampa fire employee coming into a high security area of the police department to get to our software or our hardware. So those were the things that might not be in the annexation agreement, because we just never thought of it, because it's just always been that way, right? But
Think about.
Oh,
I forgot I was gonna mention earlier too, I did get new construction values from the county. We are hitting our 8% this year. As a city for the first time. So it just goes into play that, you know, we are going to be restricted as a city in our growth, in our capacity because of House 389. And, you know, it's gonna probably start hurting us that much more just now because we're hitting that 8%. Which again, just goes back to, you know, if they did leave, they would have more budget capacity because they have a higher limit now with new legislation.
Question for Chief Wenzel.
Yes, sir.
Are you more excited about the discussion we're having or more scared with the discussion we're having?
Yes. It's like a new marriage. You know, you're excited about getting married, and at the same time you're scared about, okay, we've got kids to worry about, we've got a mortgage to worry about. It's just on a much larger scale. And so I think with the expertise in the room, there's a lot of opportunity to make this work on an appropriate timeframe. And so encourage would be more the term I would like to use. And personally, as a taxpayer, I think it's better for the taxpayer.
Thank you.
I would definitely say just, you know, we have great examples of roadmaps sitting in this room. We were able to arrange this meeting, very quick time frame, have all the key players, and depending on council and commission's direction, whatever you decide, be on the gas pedal, and we have great individuals ready to. With that, we'll turn it back over.
yeah, so we just basically took a shot of what it was valued at the moment we left the city. Total transparency, that is some of the money we had to use for the gap, that 90-day gap, because our fire district didn't have large reserves. So it did help us through a portion, I mean, not a lot of it, but it was what was used for the gap. But yeah, it was right at 2.4 million. That was the only liability that the city transferred funds for. So the leases we took with us. They were. We moved to VFIS. Yeah. It was half. Yeah. So we were quoted at 180 through ICRIMP, and we came in at 84, 88 initially. Some of our firefighters have hit a couple things, so our prices have gone up a little bit, but. We still enjoy a much lower insurance rate. Some of the things that, like for the city benefits, if you remember, as well as the district. So remember when our annexation occurred, when we moved to the district, we then became we became the second largest district in the state. Shared sales tax revenue, which the city uses, is not impacted because you're moving from a city entity to a district. So you become a district user of shared sales tax revenue. So the district's shared sales tax would go up proportionally per your size as a district, and the cities would stay the same. So the city did get some benefit from us leaving because they got to keep that revenue. That was one benefit. And the second benefit is just for the city of Nampa, everyone was at max capacity, all divisions. And so when we left, as you know, we were about 30 to 40% of HR's work, the fire department. Finance, I would say we're probably 20 to 30. So when we left, it didn't reduce the size of those divisions in the city. So they actually finally were like, okay, we're fully staffed and I have some capacity to do the work of the city. And then the third thing that I hear over and over again is the opportunity to never negotiate with the local again for the city was the highest. They were like, what, I'm just saying, they're negotiating right now with the police and it's not going well. Just as you are experiencing, the city of Nampa is experiencing shorts. And when you have Meridian and Boise next door that our members are comparing to, and we can't keep up because of our demographics and the way our taxes work, fire district, we get to work with our local one, like we're 2 weeks out, we'll sit in a room. What used to take 3 to 6 months with the city takes 3 days, maybe less. Because we look at because it's our business, it's our, and we have no control over where the money's coming from. So it just made it that much simpler for negotiations, and it took that responsibility from the city, which can be very stressful. That's a hard time every time you get in the room to negotiate against employees that you are proud of and enjoy, but you have to come to some conclusions. So those were some of the 3 biggest positives, I think, for the city, is some of that bandwidth came back to a really stretched out employee base. There was some capacity because they kept the revenues, so they were able to give some needed raises at the time we left to other employees. And then just the opportunity for our relationship change to partners rather than parent and division of a city, so.
I have a question for Kobe. You ready for the tough question now? So I've been in fire negotiation with you for the last 3 months, and I think that process has gone pretty smooth. So have you talked with your counterparts at Canyon County or the Nampa Fire District? And how did they feel the transition went, and what are your thoughts?
I've spoke to our cohorts in Nampa, and their feedback was good. Talked to like Matt Smith, and I talked to Adam Swift, part of this, and I think a lot of it is to ensure that the planning is done properly, you know, and the local stays like integrated in that, right? It's I think to get the memberships buy off on how this looks is as long as the locals still partaking in the process. I mean, we don't have to be shot callers by any means, but as long as we're included in the process, it helps with us being able to be transparent, because typically it's not gonna be everybody. It'll be like me and Eric in those meetings or in those talks, and then we have to be able to relay that information back, so. But I think the local felt great about what happened in Nampa. And I could get told one thing and maybe Chief was told another thing, but the guys that I talked to,
It was, I won't lie, the first negotiation was really hard. Because of our just sequence of events, our firefighters went without a contract for over a year. And so that first negotiation with us as a district was difficult because we were trying to make up for almost 2 years of lost increase. And we were limited on funds. And so it's not easy to tell the people that work for you that there is no more, we can't do that. So the first one, hard. After that, it's been, I would describe it as we go in, we hang out for 3 days, we communicate really well. Probably in similar experience is just, it's just, as you said, the book isn't huge. It's just 5 pages of this is our finances and where is advantage and where do we need to make sure we're planning right. So.
Hey, since he did it, I'm gonna put you on the spot, Kobe. We sat and talked.
Mhm.
Are you still in the same position you were at when we spoke? When you had said, I'm gonna put you on the record, that this was something that the union was looking at as a positive in that direction. After hearing everything that's been going on, is that still where the union, you believe, sits?
it is, yep. Support the administration in endeavoring this. You know, I've been upfront with the chief, and it's, as Chief Carpenter has stated, we know that this transition is going to come with some financial constraints. And so we know we will have to work with the administration on ensuring that, you know, that the finances stay stable enough and as it grows, right? So we do, yep, we still fully support this move.
Thank you for being here today, by the way.
Of course.
The next topic on the agenda is dealing with legal issues. But before we get into that, our commissioners, my other bosses, haven't said too much today. Is there anything?
Well, I think we've been aware of the rumblings of this since I've been a commissioner pretty much. And just the thought of it, and never with much progress. And I think as it's moved along, of course, we kind of, with House Bill 389. And now with, especially with our city council, coming out strong with it, it's like, okay, possibility. I think our biggest concern, we're a rural district. We have a station and a couple of trucks, and you provide some firefighters for it. And so, we haven't been used to moving at breakneck speed. We've always done things, we have, at least in the time I've been there, approached debt at all. We've always paid for as we go. I think it's been a good thing for us. This will be a challenge for us, I think, as commissioners. But it's the way to go. West Canyon District. I think it'd be better serve both the city and the small cities around us. To be able to plan our strategic spots for firehouses and things, I think will be increased, and it's good. The other thing is we might actually have an election. We are elected officials that have never been contested, so it's a lifetime commitment. And so, I think, but I have a lot of friends out here on this side of the area. I don't think any of them knew we had a fire district until I became a fire commissioner and said, I'm a commissioner, I'm your district. We have that, yeah. So I think that I would hope that the interest in just that this would create in the full district would bring about maybe some eagerness to be a part of it from the community standpoint, and maybe even a little more interest. We haven't had anybody show up to from the community for a workshop at all, ever, either. And so I'm hoping that, just the sight of this, just the idea of this, just the ramifications of this, I think just having everybody out at the parades and stuff in these little communities, all of that stuff has begun to show that, we have something going on out here. And I think the ability for us to move into some of those communities with, protection that will help their insurance rates, will help their, all of those things. I think there'll be greater understanding. I think it's a good thing to move forward, and of course, I think that the timeline is just going to be critical to build and to implement. We usually wait for 3 months for one attorney's letter to get to the other attorney. It's just so there's things like that. I think will slow us down some too. But just to get, I think the build plan and to implement. Look forward to working with all of that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just for quick clarification, you mentioned a West Canyon name, I believe?
Well, I'm sorry.
You mentioned West Canyon, is that, would be the potential new name, or you just mentioned in that?
I'm just throwing it out there.
All right. Commissioners,
Anything?
I'm good. I mean, I'm excited about it. I think it could be a great opportunity. The timeline scares me a little bit. I mean, I wanna make sure we're doing it right and not just pushing it through to get it done in a hurry.
just understand, live on a time frame. Obviously, once again, the will of the council and the commissioners. A decision for a vote wouldn't be due by June 24th. This is for us just more on the budget side, what it looks like going forward next year. Still have several other dates to achieve, but whatever direction, you know, sooner or later, foot will still be on the gas pedal either way, because just like you mentioned, we don't wanna relax and then have to speed up again. So whatever will the two governing bodies wanna do, you know, we're here to serve out that will. But yeah, it is a lot.
So I have one more question, Chief, if that's okay. So Chief Wendelsdorf and Chief Daniel, is there gonna be an arm wrestling match to see who's the chief, or how are we gonna decide which one of these great people are gonna be the chief of this new West Canyon Fire District?
We're used to using hammers to settle.
I don't, we've had a great partnership all along. I don't see any need for anything else than that. You have an excellent individual leading the helm of this organization, and I don't know why there would be a need to change that. If I can be of assistance as this process continues on and whatnot, that's great. If not, then it's time for me to move on.
Thank you.
It was interesting. I didn't know if Napa Rural did they have a mark?
Yeah, we kind of did. We had Chief Davies.
Oh, that's right.
Okay.
And he, similar support role, stayed with us for about a year and a half after, just as a mentor, making sure we were crossing the T's and dotting the I's. But yeah, he stayed and mentored us, and then realized he waited just a little bit too long to retire, just because he was missing out on some fun. But
Yeah.
he still comes and checks on us once in a while.
That would be to retain that. City of Caldwell and the rural district for many years, and basically knows where the bodies are buried. So we don't, is that what you say?
Yeah.
Yes. We're gonna need his help through this transition, on whatever our choice is here. Justin's been awfully quiet over there, and Oscar has too. Is there any legal stuff that we should consider, talk about?
No, I think largely we're gonna be able, it's the policy decisions that'll drive what the legal services will be, and then the assistance and just identifying how assets will be allocated, and it's always good to have excitement at the beginning, but also have it well papered, because it's when we're disagreeing that things become more important and contentious than when we're all agreeing. So if we can settle it out at the beginning as much as possible, you know, and I apologize in advance for the 3-month letters between agencies and those sorts of things, but sometimes those are the things that happen. But you know, I think we're gonna be here in our office to support whatever the policy decisions are and what needs to be made with the deadlines.
Just following up on that too, we are currently good community partners. We will continue being good community partners. I mean, we're literally gonna be right down the street, some of those aspects, and you know, if there's an improved fire service for the communities that we serve, it's a win for all. Yes. So we will work through it, and we will maintain great relationships, whatever that looks like in the next year or 2 years, and we love the fire department, whether they get to be a bigger district, we're still here, we're all gonna exist, and we'll help each other out the best we can. Councilor Tillman.
One of the things I wanted to hear from, because I haven't yet, rules finance. Is there anything that you guys are concerned about from your end of taking over? I mean, is there issues that you can think of or things that maybe we want to think of before this all happens? A financial issue on Caldwell Rules District.
I don't know. It'll be a lot, you know, cause we do very little with finance, you know, cause we pay the city. So in the transition, we'll just have to work it through.
You the one that cuts the checks for the
I
fund?
am.
I think I've talked to you before.
Yes, a few times.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any major concerns or anything that you saw that might be roadblocks or issues or anything.
I don't
from your
think
end.
there's any, you know, roadblocks or anything. It'll be a transition, of course. There's a lot more to offer once we get all that done compared to what I do right now.
Chief, I don't wanna make this sound bad.
No.
But, yeah. But my desire at the end of this is that there's complete separation and no responsibility or liability between the two. Did that happen with NAMPA?
It has, other than the things I spoke about earlier.
Right.
We still live on a piece of property at our training grounds that's owned by the city, and it's under a use agreement, so they don't charge us for the use of that ground. But it is their intent to take that property someday. So other than that, I mean, I'm sure there's, from legal, I'm sure there's some liability on the city for us being on their property. However, we've signed agreements that if there are buildings, our responsibility, our maintenance.
On a day-to-day situation, there's, the city does their thing, you do your thing. Other than those small things, what I consider small.
And I
There's a
think,
complete separation.
yeah, I think as Mayor stated, they include me in all communications, and it's really up to me if I wanna join them, and vice versa. There's no commitment, but our intent is to stay connected as partners, but they have no responsibility for us as a fire department anymore.
Alright.
Last two items on the agenda, or the last few items, really revolve around what do we do next? And again, they were just discussion points or to spark up some conversation or provoke some thought about council and commission's direction to continue. Obviously, I think there's a lot of information that's been floated around this room. You've got the technical experts, Chief Kaminsky and Chief Carpenter in the room, as well as Mike and our own finance and legal team. I don't think we could get a much better assembly than what we have today to at least give us some direction on what happens next. Again, not asking for that answer right now, but obviously there's some time constraints to some of these solutions or some of these proposals, and we are ready to continue or look at other avenues. And I think that's the bigger conversation right now. So
So
asking for
Chief,
a little.
as you heard Chief Carpenter testify to, or speak to, the fire service was probably 80% of the driver and getting that 168 page or item checklist and things. Would that be your team's idea as well, that you guys would be the driver on that?
I would assume so, with close collaboration with the rural commissioners and Chief Wendelsdorf. That's of course if they're up for it, because our commissioners are 50% of this equation. This is a true partnership, and as much as the city may want to surrender the city fire department, they have to agree to absorb it or annex into it, and so, it's kind of a two-pronged approach.
I think there's a lot of information here that the commissioners and council have been exposed to today. We have a commissioners meeting on Tuesday, so I think for a week, almost a week from now, for them to have some time to think about it. The following Monday, the council would have a meeting for them to think about it, and this is our direction.
No, I don't really have a follow-up, except, yeah, I think, for this to move forward, we just need to have somebody say, we've got the ball, we're gonna take it, you know, to identify what we need to do.
Mayor and council and chief, we're doing this right now with CUNY. I understand it's a consolidation. My suggestion, after we basically did what you're doing here today with both commissions, both elected boards approved staff to move forward with a consultant and come up with the data that you're looking for. Basically, they just said you have approval to spend up a certain amount of money to hire the consultant for consolidation agreement or the annexation agreement in this instance is what it would look like. You're not deciding anything. You're just doing the work for the two elected bodies to consume and to have in front of them. So we were approved for the consolidation agreement mapping and what the new district would look like. And then the third one was legal's review of the consolidation agreement and then also public input. So they approved a budget amount to go no further and then allowed us to go out and do the work that was requested. But I think that was their goal, is to just get as much information as they can. And in this instance, you need a consultant to tell you what an annexation would look like for you. I think knowing what Greg or Chief Tominski is working on right now, is it better next January or February when we have the opportunity to go to the Capitol and get that fixed? Is there opportunity now before that occurs? I don't know if your staff wants to take the liability of saying yes or no to that, or rather just let a third party that does it separately. But that might be my advice, because that's what I'm doing right now at the talks we're having with CUNA.
Ask what budget did they approve for you?
$80,000. It's not gonna be that much now. We were told the mapping was very expensive, based on, I know I was talking to someone about Ketchum, the Wood River Valley. Someone had reported to us that consultant just for the map was between 30 and 50,000, and that's not true. So what we know is the most expensive piece will be the basically like Galena Consulting Act, now Tischler Bice. That would be the most expensive piece, and I would expect that probably between 30 and 50. Map is around 18, and then whatever legals decide would be the annexation agreement cost. Just so happens, does White Peterson represent one of the agencies?
Yes.
Just so happens that's who wrote our annexation agreement, so they already have a copy. So hopefully that would save you some money.
Very good.
Chief, depending on the direction of the council and the commissioners, do you feel you're ready for this? Great job so far,
On
by
top
the
of
way.
everything else that's happening. What I would like to do is prepare a little, a summary, a report, a request to council after the commissioners meeting next Tuesday, maybe for consideration at the next council meeting, to either move forward with continued research to a fire district, or alternatively a pursuit of a public safety levy. I know that's gonna be a short time frame, but I think by then we'll have at least an idea on what to ask for from council.
Councilor Tillman.
Ray Lynn had come up with a scary option, which she had mentioned during budgets, of possibly using one time to fire through until this could happen. That would be something that the commissioners on the other side would need to look at, because that's not your decision, that would be. Hopefully consolidate, not annex, that could get through. From our standpoint, I'm looking at budgets are coming up really, really fast, we've got to decide how we wanna deal with that for next year. Do we wanna do it one time, do we wanna do it continuing? So it's almost one of these where I think we need to kind of, to me, that's my concern right now, is what am I doing here in the next couple of weeks, or a month, try to get budget out. What's your thoughts on doing the more risky situation? And going ahead and doing it that way, do you think that the commissioners, or would you be willing to speak with them and see if that's something that they would be willing to pull the trigger on within maybe this, by the end of this year or next year, depending on how you wanna work with the state or take that risk of having that 10% follow you? Is that something you'd be willing to do? I mean, I'm trying to figure out our budget, that's my concern right now.
Right. Have to keep those people in Station 4. Use this year's budget formula. We start our first year as a fire district well behind what we need to occupy Station 4. And so you mentioned risk with one-time funding where the city would support the new fire district as an exit. What happens at year 2? Does the city have the money to continue to support the new fire district, or is it we're just on your own, and then we're faced with a similar scenario that the city may be faced with as far as reduction in services or layoffs? But as a city, you can reduce other programs. As a fire district, the only way to reduce programs is to reduce people. And thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Really appreciate it.
Mayor, I left my card for you and Rochelle, and then obviously if you guys need anything, I'm available at any time for the district or the city. I apologize, we got a budget thing today too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I gotta go get a budget approval, so I appreciate that. Hey, no, thank you for the opportunity.
Can I just weigh in a little on this? I want you guys to remember that the city is already at risk. Even without making any changes to the budget, which I haven't done anything since Raylene has talked to you guys since the last budget council. Or meeting. But right now, our public safety is, does not have the sustaining revenue to, the revenue, the operational revenue to sustain operations. So they are being sustained mostly from investment revenue that comes in, which we don't really budget anything for, but we are getting a significant amount because we do invest those funds. But that's not good budget practice. And so we're trying as a city to go into good budget practice and say we want to, just as others have mentioned here before, your property tax is your reliable revenue. You want to use that. They don't use sales tax to budget positions because it's volatile. You don't want to use volatile revenue to budget positions because positions are people and you don't want to fire people. And so it's a sensitive situation to be in when, on actuals, we're coming out okay. But budget-wise, we've got some thinking that we need to go through. And whether fire makes this transition or not, the city is already in a deficit. And so we're already playing that risk. We have been since last year. And the urgency, I think that having them move out sooner rather than later will potentially save the city money. When it comes to future negotiation, how it's going to play out is if the fire district goes sooner, we will have more one-time money to use to help them with the transition. The longer we wait as a city, the more we're going to be using one-time funds for operations, to sustain operations, the less we will have to assist in the transition. So even though legislatively you might be able to build some additional revenue through property tax funding, if we get rid of this annexation caveat, which sounds like it's gonna happen, which is great. But regardless of whether or not that happens, you may have additional revenue coming in there, but the city will not have additional support to give you because we now have used that to maintain you for one more year in operations. So that's how it would play out. Either way, I think if we do it now, because the city's not gonna come up with more one-time revenue. Last year, I think we had an increase of 500,000 in our general fund. That's not a lot of money. So we're basically breaking even. We're not building any excess right now. So one time is one time. We're not saying let's build this reserve for what we have later. If you guys move now, we will have more money to support you in that transition through one-time funding. If you wait another year, well, now that's 2 million that's coming out of that one-time funding to sustain you for 2028. That's gonna come out of maybe the 5 million we have now, so now we only have 3. Cause my assumption is that even though we're projecting you to go negative, we will have additional revenue come in for investments. That still puts us at breaking even. We're not gonna have any excess. And just as they've mentioned, being with the city, that one-time revenue, it has to be shared. So we have a lot of asks from council and community members on how to use that one-time funding. So I just feel like that needs to be taken into consideration. If you get additional property tax money because of this transition and you wait, there's potential the city will not have the one-time revenue to help the transition, so it may be a wash. Does that mean we can take our time? Maybe, because then we'll just give you less because you're gonna get more in property tax, and if you guys are okay with that, great. If you want that to come from the city, then you know, and it's gonna come from the city if you make the choice to move now, it's gonna come from the city, whereas if you make the choice to either way, it's going to you, right? Whether in operations or transition funding, it's kind of, it's gotta go to you because of where you are standing in your budget position, but just to have some, you know, have that in light as you move forward in making that timing decision.
Council?
Either way, Mr. Mayor, this needs to be on our, needs to be on the radar for our next city council meeting on July 20th.
Yes.
And so let's put that bookmark in there. I think Rochelle is correct, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, the next best time is today. And this has been in the works for longer than we want to admit that it's been in the works. And next year, we may find another reason not to do it, and the year after that, we may find another reason, and I think the atmosphere and it's right to start moving more expeditiously than cautiously, in my opinion.
Thank you, Councilor Dittenberg. Anything else from council? Chief?
Mayor, just one thing that I haven't heard mentioned here is that once the annexation occurs, boundaries are set. I just wanna bring that up. So as the city, if the city continues to grow out of those boundaries, they grow into another fire district. So as you continue to grow south, you would grow into the Napa Fire District. As you continue to grow east and north, you would go into the Midstar Fire District. Just want to make sure that's on the table, so everybody knows.
Question of the fire, people who've done this. Is it common for fire districts to annex in, or do you usually stay stagnant in your boundaries?
If there's unincorporated areas, like in Star, there's unincorporated Ada County, they're forced to annex it. They can't develop or buy a building. There's only a few places in Canyon County that south. I think everything is, what Chief Wendelsdorf is talking about is a city takes property from a fire district. A fire district can't take property from a fire district. So it was a transition that the city of Nampa just realized with us. They have now started annexing into the Star Fire District and sent all of the documentation. The Nampa Fire transferred it to. This is how we've always done it. But it's there, and then you're in a new fire district. Have to deal with after they understood it, they have no issue. Plan is portions that you will grow into Nampa Rural Fire District or Middleton Rural Fire District. Have some sort of a relationship with us on development. Not the end of the world. Was the fire marshal there? Pieces that the whole development that I did the whole plan review on, went through city council in Star with, and then realized it was in the Meridian Fire District. I didn't even realize it at that point in time.
That brings up another question for you, Chief, is developing now and the fees that the fire department charges, you have your public safety. That would go with transition district, you would take that.
An example from Nampa Fire, when they that transition, the Fire Prevention Division with Nampa is funded by fees through builder permit fees or inspection fees, et cetera. And so they maintain those positions and they have a contract or an agreement with the city of Nampa to offset some of those costs in the Fire Prevention Division. So that would be a separate agreement, I believe, with the city of Caldwell to maintain that within the buildings.
Yeah, Chief Wendelsdorf, so when we look at the county releasing ground into the city for annexation, your point is that we have to be a little careful with that relative if the boundaries come into another district, or?
No, sir, I just want you to be aware. So for example, let me just give you a real example right now. The city of Middleton was protected by the Middleton Fire District for a very long period of time. Then they annexed south of the river and annexed the city of Middleton into our fire district. So if it's anything south of the river, they have to come to us, or we respond to them. If it's anything north of the river, MidStar responds. I just wanted you to be aware of that from time to time when you're doing an annexation or a build of some kind, and they come in and you say, did you talk to the Caldwell Rural Fire District? Well, no, we're in the Middleton Fire District, or no, we're in the Nampa Fire District, and here's their letter. Now, we all work together. We work together on a regular basis, so I don't see much of a change there. But we're trying to put everything on the table so everybody's making an educated choice, decision, whatever you'd like to call it. And I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. Once the boundaries are set, they're set. They don't change.
So the boundaries you're referring to are going to include include the city of Caldwell.
Correct.
But go beyond that as well?
Well, no, what would happen is you would take the Caldwell Rural Fire District boundaries that we have right now, that map that I had up there.
Yeah.
Whatever you've annexed between now and the time we pull the pin and throw the grenade in, that, once those boundaries are set, that's it. Now, when you annex south of here, out by Lone Star or something along those lines, you would be annexing into the Nampa Fire District, and that area, that square mile or whatever you've annexed into the city would be serviced by the Nampa Fire District, while the rest of the city is being taken care of by the Caldwell Fire District.
And there's no problem with dispatching
No.
calls and stuff
No.
like that, not at all, huh? No confusion
No.
there.
No, because right now, under Chief Daniels, the closest unit is going. And so using GPS units and tracking of vehicles and everything else, there could be another unit from neither one of those departments passing close by, and they're the ones that are gonna be dispatched to it to make sure, because in reality, when somebody calls 911, they just wanna see Big Red show up. They don't care what's on the door, they don't care what the patch is.
Okay, so the rule of thumb is whoever's closest, no matter what district you're in,
Yes,
they'll attack that fire.
yes. Where you'll see the difference is when it comes to fire prevention. It's-
Whoever's closest and available would be.
Yes.
And what about the cost incurred with that? I mean, do you guys trade costs between fire districts then, or how does that work?
No, we just, we work what's in the best interest of the public.
I would
Because
think-
I may come in one time to your district and next, 2 weeks later, you're coming into my district.
Well, I'm just saying with all the calls that Caldwell gets, relative to the outskirts of, our city district, are the costs obviously would be more for us versus a Parma or a Notice or anyplace else, is what I'm saying.
No, we consider that mutual aid. And so we just help each other out. I don't know if the police chief is still in here. It's no different than law enforcement seeing something happen, but they're out of, theoretically, over the border. They're still gonna do their law enforcement activities and take care of it without charging anybody a fee. Caldwell City a fee or Caldwell Fire District a fee.
But if you understand that if Caldwell has 10 calls and you have 1 call, how is that extra money made up? See, that's what I'm confused about.
Are you referring to currently, or if we were to go to a
No,
district?
when we go with that route.
It's one, I'm correct, just
Nothing
all
will
big
change.
one. Counselor- Sorry, Counselor Stoddard, did that answer your?
I just wanna make sure Rochelle's comfortable with that.
I think
because
I understand, I'm learning
Commissioner?
about boundaries and stuff,
Yeah.
and so I think
Think
that's
of it this
fine.
way, one size fits all.
So the other half of the equation you're talking about, Chief, is that, if we were to annex that subdivision that was across the boundary, those people would be paying property tax to the city of Caldwell and fire levy to whatever district
They
were in.
belong to. Just like when we annex in the city, I, living where I live in the city, I will then be paying a fire district tax and a city of Caldwell tax.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Mayor and council, so I just got my first set of plans, so I do all the plan reviews for the developments in the city. And we just got the first example of this situation about a month ago. Conger Group is developing a subdivision out off of 2026 that is in the city of Caldwell, but it's in Napa's fire district. So I sent them the plans and said, this is in your district, you'll need to supply comments back to the city for the development. So it's already happening. That was the first one that has come across my desk. So it's going on now.
Then my question becomes, it came up, this is more for Rochelle too, just for her knowledge. Right now, we charge for, we charge fees, right? For fire prevention.
Yes.
Are we gonna have to now enter into agreements with Middleton and Nampa and everybody else for whoever we end up annexing into, because we're gonna have to charge them the fees now as well, or we're gonna have to send those fees to them, correct?
We already do. We already get fees from, because we already help the other jurisdictions, so we have a section of Middleton, it's in Middleton City that we collect fees from, same with Canyon County, collects fees for us as well.
Okay, so like I said, if those kinds of agreements, as a city, we may have to enter into those agreements with each district to make sure that once you guys jump district and aren't doing it for us, that we are collecting those fees from all those districts.
Yes.
Correct. So a little bit more work.
Well, we're already doing it, like she said, for the
Yeah.
county.
It's already
Right.
established.
But yes,
It's
there would
already
be,
done.
there would be other entities.
Right.
Nampa and other, right now I think it's
It's
mostly
all
the
ran
county.
through the
start
rural
right now.
district, so we have those fees established with finance and
Yeah.
collected through our application process.
Yeah.
So we wanna take a quick break and then come back and finish up, or go ahead and finish up? Yeah, do we have anything else for today? I do wanna say thank you to the staff that helped set all this up.
Absolutely.
Chief,
Nice job.
the room, Mills, everything. It's been a good, productive conversation. Obviously, we should have some direction from our governing bodies soon. And look forward to whatever the future brings. And Chief, if you wanna close.
Before, Mr. Mayor, does the council wanna go into an executive session at all? Yes. I'm seeing some nods.
One.
Yes, I got that covered.
I think we should,
Let's finish this
yeah, we
meeting.
can tie this
Yeah.
up and then we'll go in.
Well, thank you to our guests for coming, and thank you to those in the audience. We did cover a lot of things, and again, staying with the mantra that we don't reduce services, we don't harm our community, and we don't harm our staff. That's where I believe my responsibility lies, as well as the command staff and Chief Wendelsdorf and the rural commissioners and the city council. I believe that's where all of our hearts are right now. Rushing this scares me, it terrifies me, it's risky, but I think if we set it up correctly, we will be successful. Vision again, when we started this conversation, was 2028 was the objective. It still may very well be that, with plans to start this right now. We will have the resources committed to making this happen. We can shift our administrative focus, I think, on the bigger picture for the organization, or for both organizations. We will absolutely need support. We may need some additional funding for a consultant to assist us with this journey, because this is new, not just to most people in the room, but throughout the state of Idaho. And we're relying on some legislative changes that may or may not come to even make us more successful. And so that may require some enhanced participation at the State House, and lobbying some of those legislators to make some changes. So that being said, expect a small presentation from the fire department on the 20th, asking for that direction or a continuance thereof. And again, I just want to say thank you to everybody in the room, our commissioners, Chief Wendelsdorf, Deborah, thank you to city staff and the Caldwell Fire Department. And lastly, our mayor and council for facilitating this conversation.
Mr. Mayor?
Do you guys need to close out real quick, or you?
Heard it, they said meeting adjourned.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, since this is a public meeting of the Caldwell City Council member, I make the motion that we enter into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 206, identifying one or more of the specific paragraphs specifically identified in section D to commence at 1:30 p.m.
Have a motion, we have a second, motion and a second, all those. Madam
Tillmont,
Clerk.
Yes.
Static,
Yes.
Register.
Yes.
All good.
Yes. Yes.
Alright, this ends our workshop and. Getting into executive session calls to the council.